It's you got some pretty high heat there. You were in the 120s and stuff, right?
Yeah, we were 170 one day, but today it's pretty cold. We have winter roads and temperature is 101.
Your audio's cutting in and out, though, Vid.
I was wondering if that was just me.
Talk closer to the microphone. I think it's voice cancellation.
How is that? Is that better?
Much
Perfect.
better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which T-shirt is it today?
Oh, it's the Panama Canal T-shirt.
Nice.
Wendy went through the Panama Canal, and we fell off the ship, and we were drowned in the canal. And when we came back up, we had these T-shirts.
Is that, David, was that the one where you got that refractor that, what was it?
No, it was the same period of time in my life, but it was like a few years after I got the refractor. I got the refractor in 2002, just before the total eclipse that year.
That's a beauty. Yeah, I remember that.
It really is.
What a find it. It's really nice to be able to discover something like that and get a good deal out of it too, and recognize the value.
Yeah, it's mounted on top of my one of my big telescopes. We're mounted on this.
Nice, very nice.
Hey, Chuck.
Hi, Chuck. How you doing?
How are you doing tonight?
Good to see you, Chuck.
Good to see you.
Hi,
Good to see you.
Chuck. Good to see you.
David, how are you? Conal?
Hey, good evening, Chuck. How are you?
Doing great, thank you.
I heard from my colleagues Lucas and Ron. They had a fantastic conversation with you and Conal, I guess, last month.
Yeah, we're really excited about it, Karim. That it's everybody's pretty set now for a joint convention in Toronto. So
we get to give a small snapshot of the couple things that we're doing this Saturday at the GA. So that'll be nice because we're going to touch on the club support, and we're going to mention that we've actually been liaising with you both. Hopefully that doesn't get cut. We're now we're so tight on time, it's ridiculous.
Is someone sharing a screen right now?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Harold is there. Book is there.
Is Book there? Yeah.
Yeah. He got
Davies, Woot. Yeah, it's just a widget that I've left up there, so some of the people who are chatting can see that we're seeing it, of course. And, I want the audience to see it too. So that's cool.
Absolutely.
Karim, we've actually got dates for that convention now.
Oh, fantastic. What's the dates?
Last 3 days in June and the first day of July, Canada Day, 2024.
2024.
I suspect no one was putting a convention around April that year.
No, but we're hoping to have lots of stuff to show come 2024.
Well, we actually discussed the eclipse also, talking about a joint activity in Texas.
Oh, really?
The people in that meeting were all anxious to go to Texas in April, so I think we may be looking at a joint activity then too.
I have totality.
I'll be there.
I have totality with only an 80% chance of overcast. I mean, come on. It's gonna roll the dice here.
80% chance of overcast.
Hey, that's better than 100%.
Green, you'll probably get the clear skies and Texas will be overcast. That's the way.
Knock on wood. Knock on wood. I promised my daughter that 2 days before, no matter what they tell me I have to do on campus, if it's looking cloudy, we're getting in the car and we're driving.
That's right.
We're chasing totality. You can
No
document
one
it
buy
for her
equipment
high school
before that, because
project.
that's
When I grew up, I knew Dr. Moore, who taught astronomy at the University of Louisville and ran our observatory that we used as high school students, 20-inch telescope. And Dr. Moore made 9 trips: Finland, the Philippines, Canada. I can't even remember all the places he went trying to see a total solar eclipse. He was 0 and 9 in his life. Never saw one.
Oh, really?
Oh.
That's sad.
I've been lucky. I've been to 3 total eclipses I've seen all three.
Yeah, I'm 3-0 too. Stick with us.
Yeah, and then I got clouded out on an annular. I decided this is something I'll never do again. I decided to take a group of people to an island. Okay, that was a big mistake because you can't. I mean, you're stuck on an island, right? So
Yeah, you
yeah,
can't ditch
so we
them
were on
either.
Catalina Island. This was an eclipse that happened. I guess it was still in the 90s, and Roger Russmeyer, who did a bunch of photographs of observatories and stuff, he comes to my house and we're talking, and I said, "Do you want to go to Catalina with me?" And he says, "No." He says, "I'm gonna stay mobile." And he had all these connections to meteorologists and stuff, and so Scott goes out and takes a group of about 50 people. We get totally clouded out. We have a great time anyways, but we get totally clouded out. And he gets the eclipse because he's racing down I-5. I think he stops in Carlsbad or something in California, and he gets it. So that was the lesson learned. But every other time wherever I've gone, I've been planted and I'm not moving.
Well, Gary says you had a nice place to visit. At least Catalina Island is an awesome place.
It is an awesome place. It is. Yep, that's true. Yeah, we were at the isthmus, where the two islands kind of connect. And and right after the eclipse happened in clouds, it rained. So the group.
But I've heard even if it's cloudy, you experience the darkness.
But we really did. We had a great time. And even the people that got rained on and had to walk all the way back from the isthmus back to Two Harbors, which was quite a walk, they were happy as well. And so we bought them drinks, and it was fun, so.
Is everyone seeing these comments?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have
okay.
it set up. I have it set up so people can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Gary, long time no see. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. How is everyone?
All right.
It's fine.
Good.
Thank you.
So how are things, Gary? Are you having a good spring here, or a good summer, I guess, now? Getting some
Average. It's actually quite a bit cooler this year. Yeah, so we've got the jet stream moving around at the moment, so it's pegging the temperatures back a bit. They're running up into the mid sort of 20s in the daytime. Nighttime temperatures are really dropping off at the moment. Still, even now, we should be way above what we are. But that's been the same really right the way through since about October. So not a lot's changed. But we're ticking along, still getting images, still quite busy. So yeah, can't complain too much. I've heard the US has had quite a bit of a heat wave in certain parts.
Really? What's a heat wave like in the United Kingdom? Is it really hot?
I didn't hear you then, Scott.
How hot does it get in the UK?
I mean, the last few years, it's been running up into 30°C, something like that.
That's hot. That's hot.
If you get over in London, you might even push it up to 35. But it just seems this year we've had a easterly wind or a northeasterly consistent. It'll go away for a couple of days and then it's back again. It just seems the jet stream staying in a position that's pushing it around.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't looked at what tonight's temperature is. I'll tell you in a second. Yeah, it's dropped down to 5 degrees.
There's Adrian. All right. He's driving. Stay safe. Yeah, looks like he's just logged on. Good to see you, Adrian.
Hello, Adrian.
He's ready for the rain. He's got his hat ready.
Yeah, he's connecting his audio now. Okay, there he is. Don't know if he can hear us.
Yep, I can hear everyone. I'm connected.
All right.
Hey, Adrian.
All right, David. Hey, that's a different camera angle for you.
Yeah, it's a little different because I need to use my cell phone.
Are you using the cell phone right now? Is that what it is?
Yeah, we don't have internet here.
Oh,
Adrian, are you heading north again?
I'm coming from the north.
From the north, okay.
Yep. Yeah, my attempt to catch moonrise right over Lake Huron failed, and the moon is mocking me right now because
yeah.
I'm in a patch where it's now clear and easily visible. I had the sun setting on one side, the moon on the other. But I felt like it was important to go ahead and get home so that I could share some of my Milky Way astrophotography.
All right.
The good news is I have plenty up on my phone in case I end up sharing from there. So I will be able to. The show will go on. But it was still a beautiful day. It was a beautiful time at the lake. So I will accept that as my fate.
Is your fate? Yes.
That's
Yeah.
good. Good hardcore, Adrian. Good stuff. That's what it's all about.
Well, there was a huge shelf of clouds, and I ended up meeting two groups of people and basically was able to do some outreach. There's one couple that was there that was related to one of the astrophotographers that I know back in Michigan, Doug Bach. His older brother and older brother's wife happened to be at the same park that I went to. So it's a small world. Then there were a couple of people. Yep, there were a couple of people that were not masked for the first time out at this park, and I talked to them about the type of night photography that I do and showed them a couple pictures. And I told them it's this very spot where I took those pictures. So that proved to be pretty interesting as well. And so it was a worthwhile trip. But now I'm safely driving back, keeping eyes on the road, and logging in so that I can hear and appreciate the presentations as I am on my way back. It's looking like I'll be back home just in time for when I'm scheduled. So it's going
All right.
to be, yeah.
How far are you
Talk
out?
about
So
perfect timing.
about an hour and a half or so, or how are things?
What time is it now? It's 9 o'clock. So yeah, 40 minutes. I'm exactly 40 minutes out from my presentation and home.
Oh, great. Perfect.
Yep.
Very cool.
Have a
Be
good drive.
careful out there.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah.
Hey, I wanted
will.
to give a shout out to NASA photographer, or a guy who's done a lot of photography for NASA. His name is Bill Ingalls, and the Space Foundation honored him with the 2021 Douglas S. Morrow Public Outreach Awards. So that's really great. I know that he's done amazing photography. You know, he's a chronicler of NASA activity in space and that kind of thing. So if you're interested, it's Bill Ingalls, Ingalls. But congratulations to him.
I think I've heard the name. The name Ingalls sounds familiar. So it's I'll have to check that out.
Check it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I came across some of his work recently. I recognized the name. The first image I saw of his was maybe a week or so ago. He had an image of that partial eclipse just over the Capitol building, like right as it was coming up to the little spire on top of the dome. That was amazing.
Right. Yeah. Well, he's captured the attention of the world a few times. So
location is huge, and he had the Capitol building to work with. I had this little bitty tree in front of Lake Huron. So sometimes it makes a huge difference where you position yourself for the shot.
That's very true.
Then again, too, it's just like you all have embraced my work here. You know, I did get a chance to share that shot on an international stage. So I was, you know, I'm very honored and humbled to have had my work viewed, whether it gets to Bill Ingles' level or not. To me, it's just about enjoying being out there, even if it's to take study shots. Sometimes you take a shot that you plan to shoot again later, and you end up getting a good shot because of it.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific, and we are starting up the 51st Global Star Party. Now, this is an educational outreach event, and so, you know, I do recommend that the audience, as much as they can subscribe, like, share. You know, the idea is to get this seen by as many people as possible. We have a great lineup of speakers today, and we hope you enjoy it. And we're going to start it with this little feature. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. I know a lot of us are kind of anxiously awaiting to see if NASA will be able to reboot the Hubble Space Telescope's computer. I'm still reading about it, but it's just a thing from the Hubble site just an hour ago said the testing is underway to identify the issue and restore payload computer on NASA's Hubble Space Telescope. So hopefully they can get it going. You know, the people that operate that telescope are geniuses in their own right, and if anybody can get it going, they can. So, but what a magnificent legacy that the Hubble Space Telescope has given us and how amazing, its effects have been, in being able to see the universe in the way that we have with that incredible telescope. So, the theme of our program, our 51st Global Star Party, is the treasures of the Milky Way. For all of us that have spent time looking under a dome of stars and easily being able to pick out the Milky Way, maybe you've been to a place where it's so dark that you can no longer recognize constellations. That the feeling of being under that dome of stars is, to me, is a very kind of sacred feeling, and you see it. You see astronomers and astrophotographers try to express what that feeling is like through their photography, through their science, through their poetry, through their art. But to me, it gets almost to the point of where it's almost indescribable. You just have to go and experience it. And unfortunately, as society progresses, we do it with more light, and and so fewer and fewer people in the world have ever experienced a view of the Milky Way. We all see stars. We see the sun, of course, as being a star, but to see the river of light, and to be able to walk in that trail, with the telescope, is amazing. And somebody that, the people on this program that you're going to see tonight have all been, soaked in starlight, and they're going to try to express the passion and feeling of what that's like tonight in various ways. We've done it on every Global Star Party, but I just like to kind of touch on it more specifically sometimes. Someone that has been our leader the entire time is David Levy. David not only understands what it is to be under the Milky Way light, but to spend enough time with it to make discoveries, and to share the passion of observing those stars, and to be able to articulate that in ways that few of us can. So, David, I'm going to turn it over to you. And thank you again for being on all of these Global Star Parties.
Well, thank you, Scott. It's an honor and a pleasure. Although you're going to be a tough act to follow tonight, I think. Anyway, I wanted to welcome all of you to our 51st Global Star Party. And tonight I want to talk about two objects that I picked up over the decades while searching for comets. One of them was a group of stars arranged in an almost perfect ring. And the other was an almost perfect group of stars arranged in what appeared to me to be a river. And the ring I named Wendy's Ring, of course, little asterism. The river we named after our daughter Nanette, and it's called Nanette's River. And if you want to know where they are and how to see them, there is a book that I wrote years ago about on the 40th anniversary of the start of my search for comets, and it's simply called Deep Sky Objects. And Wendy's Ring and Nanette's River are both described, I believe, in that book. But recently we uncovered a poem that I believe was written by William Park Henson from State College, Pennsylvania, about Wendy's Ring and Nanette's River. And that's what I'd like to share with you today. I wanted to wear Wendy's ring, but it is cosmic large, and I am one small, two-footed creature looking up. Nor can I float down Nanette's river. It flows deep from higher than my soul's reach, falls deep into a dead pharaoh's sleep. He smiles down upon my pitiful pyramid of verbal worlds. I admit my best telescope is no golden boat for an ascended god to sail. My work is just another circle search for light. Thank you, and back to you, Scotty.
Okay, well, that was wonderful. That was wonderful. We are, I need to actually look at my schedule here just real quick. But since we changed things up just a little bit, just hang in there with me for a moment. I like your Panama Canal shirt there, David. Okay, all right. Well, what the big change is that often Gary Palmer has stayed up very, very late at night to spend some time with us, and he is up next on the Global Star Party. Gary is someone that has spent a lot of time teaching people how to get the very best out of their telescopes for astrophotography. He is known worldwide for his excellent work in deep sky astrophotography as well as solar astrophotography. He's if you have ever got a chance to meet him at an event, he's a great guy to hang out with. Very approachable, and he's the first to give you some excellent tips to help you propel your way towards excellence in this realm. So Gary has a program where he teaches people worldwide over Skype and maybe through Zoom, these kinds of things. But if you want to take yourself to the next level in your astrophotography, no matter what level you're at, you get in touch with Gary Palmer, and you can find him on Facebook, and I'll find his website and we'll share it on this stream. Gary, you got the stage.
Thank you, Scott. I don't know what's harder, following David or following that intro to me. Yeah, that's quite an intro. Thanks very much for that. So,
all the good ones are humble. Okay, so
yeah.
Remember that. Okay.
So over here, not a lot of people realise that I live quite far north, so we don't really get dark at the moment. And now we're already getting daylight. Yeah. So,
already. Wow.
Yeah. Already.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I just move a couple of screens around, we just share up the main screen. And we did have Andromeda there. Whether we've still got it is a different kettle of fish, because when I last looked, it was getting quite bright and quite blue. Yeah. So you can already see we're already moving into daylight. It doesn't properly get dark here. That's the key problem. So as for live viewing tonight, really we've sort of gone past that area. So what I thought I would do, I did some solar imaging earlier today, and solar's been really, really active over the last month. We've had lots of sunspots. One of the images that I took today, because it was a bit of a race around and we were testing some new equipment, does need some correction on it. So I thought, well, why not use it on here, and we'll show people how to correct the image. Yeah, because once it's processed up, it has got some errors in it. So I've already preloaded it just to save a bit of time. We're just going to stack this up here. So I'm just going to run this through, and then once it's stacked, you'll see the errors start to come out in Photoshop. But it's got some quite interesting detail in it today. So we're just going to run it through auto stack at 2. I'll take it a couple of minutes to run through this. And while it's doing this, the internet connection might jump up and down a little fraction.
That's all right.
Shut that down to speed it up, because we can't get anything else from that tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot of crunching going on in images like this. So
Yeah, the problem I had today was, even though there was a tilt adapter on there and using other methods for subtracting flats on the image or dividing flats, whichever way you want to look at it, I was finding that there's still areas in the image. Now, that could be due to the poor atmosphere. There's quite a lot of high cloud today. So when the flats are taken, it could be clipping something. It could just be the rush around. And sometimes there's more than one thing that leads to it. It might be that you don't have enough money for a tilt adapter or something like that. So this will kick in now. Just save a bit of time. I'm going to place the APs on the grid. Give it a couple of seconds and away to go. Yeah, so you might not be able to afford a tilt adapter. So you're going to get errors in these images when you're capturing them. And Photoshop's really quite a powerful tool for getting around this problem. Makes life nice and easy. And at the end of the day, whatever mistakes are made, you can normally get around and correct.
What do you see? What?
So it's with quite a large format camera. We recorded 2,300 frames roughly, so we're going to snap 500 of those.
Need some serious horsepower on your computer to do that.
Yeah, it's got that for this. This is actually quite a beefed up computer for doing this sort of thing.
Gary, how often do you have to, I mean, you're always working with the latest cameras, the latest software and stuff. How often do you have to upgrade or just flat out change your computer?
They're probably changed about every 6 months.
Wow.
That's normally because we burn something out in them. I've stopped imaging so much. Certainly the pandemic's helped me look after laptops, because laptops, when we're out in the fields, we just kill them in the heat.
Yeah.
So we're doing live events. Laptops don't last a long time, but they generally have to be quite high spec computers for doing all of this. So this has gone over into Registax now, and all we're going to do is put the initial layer at 2 and double click on the center of the image. And we're going to sharpen up.
You might want to even consider Gary moving stuff to the cloud, do cloud-based in the future.
The issue with a lot of this is actually being able to work on it. And most of these images you're working on individually. So to give you some idea, some of the new formats we're working with, some of the cameras, the files 11 gigabyte for each video. So now we're starting to push.
Just the transfer is too much, yeah.
Yeah, the transfer speeds up. So that'll do. That's pretty good there. Let me save that for a second.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So yeah, a lot of people are not realizing that at the moment, that this is the issue. So just going to open this up, send it over to Photoshop. Now at the moment, the image doesn't look like it's really got too much wrong with it. But if we start a little bit of processing, so we're just going to crop all the stack area off the edge, crop, and then because I was in a rush earlier and playing around with some new equipment, we need to rotate it, because that's the correct rotation for the actual event that was going on. So the sunspot's coming nearer the right-hand side of the sun. So it's always going to be darker over this area. But you can see down this edge here, it's quite uneven. So between the two sides to the image, it's quite poor. So ideally, we like it with a nice even contrast right the way across. If it gets any worse than this, you probably find that you actually lose spicule detail on one side of the image. But if we go to the channels and we create a new channel, when this first comes up, it's say an opacity of 50. We just want 1 on there. So just scrub that out and put 1 in. I'm going to select the new channel. You'll see it just go very, very slightly red. You might not see that over the internet, but you can certainly see it here. And then we're going to get the eyedropper tool, use the shift key. I'm going to put 1 marker over on the left side and 1 marker over on the right. And then we're going to open up the gradient tool. At the top here, you see a few different settings when you open the gradient tool. And we actually want this on a linear gradient. Once we're on there, just going to click the left mouse button, draw straight across the image. And that's it. You'll see that it's made a mask here of the brightness across the image.
Mm-hmm.
So all we do now is go to select, load selection. That's going to load that in as a mask. And now what we need to do is make sure we click up back at the top channel, the RGB channels. Otherwise, we're not going to actually activate on the mask. Now you see what it's done is it's put a masking in over half of the image. We actually want to work on the other side, so we need to invert that. So just going to select invert. There we go. And then we need to bring up the levels. Okay, just the central slider. Now, one of the reasons for using this system is because you're not going to get a harsh line down the middle. What it's going to do is balance the whole image right the way across. So all we're going to do is get a hold of the middle slider, just slide it to the right, just so that we start to contrast the image up. Okay. Now we're going to deselect everything. I'm going to remove that mask and the channel, and then we're just going to go back to the eyedropper tool, and we're going to press the shift button, hover over one of them, and as you drag them onto the edge, they disappear. Now, if we look at the image, you can just see it's very slightly brighter in this left-hand corner. So we're going to repeat the process, exactly the same thing again. Just going to create a new channel. Select the channel, use the eyedropper tool. This time we're going to put one down in the bottom corner and then one just up by this filament. And then we get the gradient tool again, still the same thing on linear, and draw a line back out from the center out to the corner. Okay, you see it's got the mask there. So we need to go back, load selection, select the RGB. And you'll notice it's just put a marker down in that corner. So it's masked off this area. And we're just going to do the same thing again. Just going to contrast it up a touch. Some of that. Okay, that's all good. We can deselect everything. Remove the channel. Now what we want to do is just remove the eyedroppers just so that they don't mess up anything else that we're going to do in the image in a second. Now what we need to do is switch the image to grayscale. A lot more detail comes out in grayscale. Even though we're imaging in a mono camera, the software quite often saves it as an RGB image. So you can see here, if I go to image mode, yeah, it's actually saved as an RGB image at the moment. So we want it as a grayscale image, and then we want it as an 8-bit image. And the next thing we're going to do is go to HDR toning. And there we go. So you'll see that now we've got a reasonably even image. If we click on smooth edges, you'll see some other detail come out in the image. You'll see lots of white little dots there. So we just use a little bit of gamma just to balance the image up. And where we're slightly overexposed here on some of the white points, if we use the highlights, we can go back and we can bring the centers back in those, just to show a bit of detail. And the last thing I do is just take the detail down. The detail in this is really sharpening, and I prefer to do that another way. And then we can go image, adjustments, bring up the curves, and we can just brighten it up a little fraction. Just put some holder markers in. There we go. When you put the holder markers in, just get the line nice and straight, and then you can play around to your heart's content on this.
So cool to watch a master at work.
Yeah, that's exactly what's running through my head.
So the last thing that we need to do really is just despeckle the image. And that's because when you do the wavelets, you're going to get some residual noise in the background. So we've despeckled it, and then we can use a unsharp mask or something just to bring out a bit more detail in it. There we go, somewhere around there, do fine. If you want to color this, then you can go in, you're in grayscale already, so you can go into duotone. Now you can either select this as tritone or quad tone, depends on the colors. You always have to have a black in there, otherwise you've got no contrast in the image. A whiter color, paler color will also help hold colors in the whiter active areas. Once you've got that selected, you need to go back to an RGB now. So you've actually set the base colors in the image. You can pick any color you want. The color is your choice. It can be pink, whatever. And then just go in and use color balance and just add in and change the colors a little bit. And then maybe just brighten it a little fraction. Certainly if I was going to put this out online, I'd just brighten it a little bit.
Here we go.
So the idea is really in this is to try and enhance this filament. It's to try and bring detail out in that filament. And that's really what we're after. You can, if you wanted to bring out more detail in it, just go over that. We're just going to go back a few steps before we did the HDR toning. Once we've moved it into grayscale, you could invert the image. So you can invert it there, bring in the levels and just bring some detail back. Something like that. And then do the same thing again. Come in with the HDR toning and that will start to highlight things. So you can bring back any white areas. Yeah, by using the highlights.
That's beautiful.
Now, some people don't like it like this, but you can play around to your heart's content. It really depends on what you're trying to extract out of the image. So yes, you're going to turn your sunspot white, but you're going to bring out all of the nice detail inside the filament and look down at the structures, how it connects. So I'll just expand it up a little bit. You'll see there. Yeah, how it's connecting the other structures in. So you would play around a little bit more with this. Just do the same thing. We just go a despeckle and then we do a light sharpen on it.
Very, you know, for the novice viewers that are watching here, you know, it's always, I mean, this is an incredible image, but to give a sense of scale, just to give some perspective to some of the people who might be watching, how big is that, for instance, that sunspot right there, that bright?
The sunspot would be roughly just over the size of Earth, maybe 1.5 Earths.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Certainly on this scale, it's like I said, it's quite a large format camera. But you could play around with this image and do exactly the same thing. So you could flatten out this area here and just make it a little bit lighter. Or you could go in and just do your shadows and highlights again. Yeah, play around with them. So you'll see there, we're darkening up the top of the filament.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you can change the radiuses to bring this all back in. So it's really about correcting the image. That's really what it's about.
Right.
There you go.
Beautiful.
So I have a question about data gathering. Is it better to gather longer frames or shorter frames? And a lot of them, is there a difference in the type of data that you end up getting, or is that all preference, or does it depend on?
There is a big difference there. There is a big difference, because if you get a camera, let's say we use like an IMX 174, which is quite popular for planetary and solar. So on average, it recalled back around 140 frames a second. And what you'll find is it's like getting hold of a very soft pencil and marking on a piece of paper, yeah, for each frame that's coming in. If we slow that frame rate down, we bring that frame rate down to somewhere around 50 to 60 frames a second, it's like getting a slightly more coarse pencil or pressing down harder. It brings more detail in on each image because it is a slightly longer exposure because you're slowing the frame rate down. And that means that you can stack less frames with that because they've got a lot more detail in, but you're also holding the noise back. Some of the stuff we've been doing over the last month is running the cameras in 16-bit mode, which does inherently drop the frame rate. It more or less halves the frame rate. But on the plus side, it stops the noise off of the new sensors attaching. So if you get the gain too high on some of the sensors, then that will actually attach to the image. But on the negative side, one of the files we had this week was 16.8 gig just for one video of about, I think it was about 4,000 frames. So your computers have got to have really big drives in them to start doing this. An hour or 2 hours of solar imaging with these cameras now. You know, I had 40 minutes the other evening. We had over 200 gig there. 10 years ago, I wouldn't have had that for 2 days imaging. You know, the file sizes on these cameras are phenomenal now, but the quality of the images is really, really nice. So yeah, that's the thing. I prefer a slightly slower frame rate. I prefer somewhere around 40 to 60 frames a second on solar rather than going really, really fast. You've got 10,000 frames there, you've got to stack, you know, 2,000 of them, and you're probably going to get whether the sun's moving. So you've got to remember that it's moving all the time. Right. Our atmosphere is moving. Yeah. You're going to get a distortion in the image. Certainly if you try doing it on full disk images, you'll find the edge of the image will start to crunch, or the stacking software can't see it properly and it will start to mess up. So you're better really with a slightly slower frame rate, maybe recording 1,000 frames and stacking 200. You get a really nice sharp image then.
That's great. That's awesome. Every time you come on, Gary, you blow everyone away. You really do.
Yeah, I was going to set up to do some deep sky stuff, but I just ran out of time today. We had to change over all the rigs in the observatory, so I was still doing that at 9 o'clock this evening.
Yeah. So Gary, I had an ulterior motive of asking the question because I'm almost home now, which means I'll get a chance to rejoin on my computer. But yeah. I also did ask the question in pertaining to deep sky stuff as well. You know, one thing that I enjoy doing, just other than being under the stars, is aiming my camera at the Milky Way itself, the entire band, and taking a longer exposure of it to actually get more detail of that Milky Way. So with longer exposures, does that also translate to night sky photography or classic astrophotography of deep space objects?
Yeah, and you have to remember that, you know, lots of people who are doing this or coming into this now are using some of these high-speed cameras. They haven't got a lot of money, so they haven't got fast computers, you know, all of the other bits. And they're taking multiple frames. So they're taking like 20-second images on deep sky objects now. But instead of stacking, you know, we may take, you know, 20, 30, 3-minute shots, or, you know, 60 1-minute shots or something like that. They're stacking like 3,000 of these shots. So they're taking 20-second images and they're recording 3,000 of them. That way you haven't got to worry about your guiding, you know, the mount tracking issues, all those sorts of things. And they're coming out with some really, really nice stuff. And they're just using like guide cameras. So playing around with the exposures and the software can really work on the deep sky stuff as well.
There was a question, Gary, about what kind of camera you were using. You know,
that was one of these new ones. It's actually there right in front of me. It's the new Player One.
Player One. Okay.
Yeah, so it's got an IMX 178 sensor in it. So it's quite a large sensor. And they run out at about full resolution runs around 60 frames a second on that. I try to use a little bit lower resolution just because of the file sizing on it, and it speeds it up a bit. They run to 80 frames a second then. If you're using the other popular one, it's that one, which is the 174. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a really, really popular camera at the moment. And the other stuff I've been doing is working with the deep sky cameras. So we're using things like the 183. They're becoming really good on solar. Unfortunately, about 3-4 years ago, when we were last at NEAF, ZWO stopped doing the 174 and one of the other cameras, the 178, in a cooled version. And they were really good for solar because they're very basic sensors for nighttime astronomy. So they were probably thinking, oh, well, nobody's really using them, but there's all of us using them on solar because they look after your cameras if they're cooled. You have to think that the sensor on this, once it's on the sun, even though it's got a filter in it, the ambient temperature around it, they run at 60 degrees C on the sensor. So if you can just hold that back a little bit, then you look after your camera. And there was a friend of mine who lives out in Colombia, and he was at NEAF, and I had one of the last 290 calls, so I let him have that one. And then they were in stock over it, and the time I got back, they're gone. So I never got another one. But cooled cameras and the deep sky cameras are actually proving quite good on some of this stuff. I know Jerry said about doing some lunar on them. I've been using them for lunar images for quite a long time. So it's really about what your budget goes to. If you've already got one of these cameras, they're quite often now adaptable to use for planetary imaging and for lunar imaging and solar imaging and all those sorts of things. You don't necessarily have to go out and buy a dedicated camera for it if your budget doesn't allow.
Right. A comment from our audience here, Beatrice Hines says, great demonstration, Gary. I'm amazed at how you managed to get so much detail out of your image of the sun.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And that's not even trying. I think that was on a 100mm telescope. Yeah. So wait till we get the big stuff out. That one in the corner, the 8-inch one over there, that's a full aperture solar scope. So when the weather's really clear and we're really trying,
you'll get serious, huh?
There's some good news stuff on the way at the moment. We're just waiting for it to come in. As soon as it comes in, then we'll share it out and show people what's coming up. But there's some good news solar bits out on the market at the moment.
Well, Gary, we're so fortunate to have you come back to the Global Star Party and to share all your knowledge with us. It's wonderful and inspiring. So
thanks for letting me come on, and thanks to everybody for the nice comments.
Yeah, thanks. Well, up next is none other than Chuck Allen. Chuck is been with the Astronomical League for a long time. I don't even know the whole history of Chuck Allen, but one of the things that I can tell you about him is that he is a lot of people that might be involved in administrative areas of clubs or getting involved in the community aspects of astronomy might do like astronomy light. They get out, they observe the skies, they love stargazing and all the rest of it. Chuck, from what I understand, is very serious and is out on numerous nights. I've been told not to call him before 2 p.m. his time because he's been up all night, and this is like almost every night. So, but I love Chuck's demeanor. If you ever meet him in person, he's a true gentleman. He is very concerned about promoting the hobby, the science, the love of astronomy to young people. It's his drive and his passion to get as many young people involved as possible. But, he affects everybody, and it doesn't matter how old you are. And later on in our presentation, Chuck will give one of his amazing talks I think this time it's going to be on some ginormous galaxy, which will be really cool and very appropriate for this program. But I'm going to turn it over to Chuck now to do their bit about door prizes from the Astronomical League. So it's all yours, Chuck.
Well, Scott, thank you very much. And Gary, that was fantastic. Really enjoyed it. What I'd like to do now is share a screen and tell you a little bit about the event that we've got coming up here that will be of interest to everyone, I think. Okay, I think you can see that. We have a virtual convention coming up on August 19th through 21st. This will be the first and hopefully last virtual convention we'll have to have, but we decided not to go another year without a convention. We are scheduled to be in Albuquerque next year in 2022, but this year we're going to have a 3-day virtual convention with 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern time sessions. One of our lead speakers is Dr. Jocelyn Bell Burnell, of course, the discoverer of pulsars, coming to us from Oxford University. We have people like Dr. Richard Gott at Princeton, Cicada Bavsar at Cal Poly Pomona. We have a SLU presentation. We have a VLA tour, just an incredible selection of activities. One thing that you need to understand about this convention is that you can register for free. You don't have to be a league member. Just go to the website, which is alconvirtual.org. You can find that on the banner on the league website and sign up. All we need is your email address so we know where to contact you if you win some of our, what are now approaching $7,000 in door prizes sponsored by many of our societies.
Well, this is all from the other clubs, right? This is not.
I just suggested that why don't we ask, instead of going to vendors and asking for small door prizes, why don't we have clubs sponsor $150 to $250 door prizes and see if it takes off? Well, it took off. And now we're wondering if we're going to have time for our speakers because of the door prizes. So it's going to be a logistic nightmare, but we'll figure it out. It should be exciting. So I hope you'll sign up for that. I'm not going to read all of this solar warning for those of you who are new to astronomy and might be tempted to use eclipse glasses or a telescope or binoculars for observing the sun. You need to understand that there's great danger there. It can be done safely with proper filters, professionally made filters that are installed correctly. Local astronomy societies can help you learn how to do things safely with these filters. And if you do get some eclipse glasses, use just the eclipse glasses. Don't use them with binoculars or a telescope. They will melt. So be safe out there and
yes, they will.
Be careful. Okay, the answer is from Global Star Party 50. We had question 1, how many moons does Mars have and what are their names? And the answer is 2, Deimos and Phobos. Normally they're referred to as Phobos and Deimos. Fear and panic are their Latin equivalents. What bright star do Orion's belt stars point to? These are the belt stars of Orion, and they point right down to the star Sirius. And question 3, what is the name of the newest Mars rover? It's not Perseverance, it is China's Zhurong lander. Okay, and the answers from GSP 49 on June 9th resulted in the addition of these names to the door prize list. And now we have had winners from GSP 50. And these are the winners: Josh Kovach, Weather Station, Andrew Corkill, Alpine Binoculars, and Dennis Dunderdale, a 68-degree eyepiece kit. Congratulations to all of you. Okay, these are the questions for tonight. Send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org by email. Again, send your answers by email to secretary@astroleague.org. Here's the first one. I am the brightest nighttime star visible from the North Pole, and my light was used to open the 1933 Chicago World's Fair. What is my name? Okay, question 2. In terms of angular size, how many full moons would fit in the bowl of the Big Dipper? The moon can never appear in Ursa Major, but if it did, how many moons could you fit inside the bowl of the Big Dipper? 2, 6, 60, or 200? And question number 3. When the image of a planet in a telescope quavers and seethes, showing little detail as a result, what is said to be poor? Seeing, focus, transparency, or steadiness? We're looking for the term of art that is used to describe this phenomenon. And that ends the questions for tonight. Please join us on July 9th for our next Astronomical League live event at 7 p.m. on the 9th. And Scott, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck. That's great. If you have not already considered doing this, you should become a member of the Astronomical League. You can go to astroleague.org and sign up. The benefits are numerous, and I can't think of there's few better organizations that you can join that will give you all the the experience, the camaraderie, and the things that you need to become a better observer. They have like 80, I think it's 80 observing programs, and I know they're good friends with the Royal Astronomical Society as well, and they've done things to collaborate with them. So, when you think of organizations like the Astronomical League and the RASC, they are they're inclusive. They're not exclusive. They do things together. So it's and I can say that largely about the entire amateur astronomical community worldwide. So we are up to the point of where we will bring on Adrian Bradley. Adrian, are you still with us? I don't know. Harold Loxley.
Yep, I am still with you.
Oh, there you are. Okay, Adrian.
Yep.
Are you good to go on right now, or?
I would say a couple minutes, and I'll be ready.
A couple minutes.
I'm heading to the computer right now.
Why don't we juggle just a little bit, okay? And have Karim Jaffer. He's a professor of astronomy, and he is the outreach guru of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, the Montreal Center.
And my new my new compadre, because I just joined the RASC last
There
week.
you go.
And Chuck are both rascals with us.
Yeah,
now.
you're getting a lot
Yep,
of USA guys joining the Canadian guys.
Yeah,
So
I am
awesome.
an official rascal now, so this works out just fine.
Okay,
Well, now-
all right.
I think you've been a rascal for a long time. Now you just have the title.
Well,
Right.
I appreciate that.
So thanks, Scott. And this has been fantastic so far. I got to say, watching Gary go through his processing steps, I'm in awe. I need to sit down and start playing around with some of my images and see if I can get anywhere near that level of detail out. But that was just with Photoshop.
You saw his raw files, and
Exactly.
they were nowhere near what I mean, the data's there, the detail's there. It's just being able to dig it out,
And even that last step with the filament where he inverted the colors and you could see more detail with the whites than you do with the blacks at the core of the filament.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have even thought to do that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
That was great. So thanks. Tonight we're chatting about the Milky Way, and I talked to Scott and I decided that I talk about some of the Milky Way myths and legends. And so before I get into that, we're going to check in with the RASC and just take a quick look at what's going on up north here, north of the 49th. And as I mentioned at the last Global Star Party, we have our GA coming up this weekend. We're really excited. It starts June 25th in the morning with a full day of youth programming for youth by youth. And our Next Gen committee is chaired by one of our International Astronomy Day presenters, Emily Laflèche, who has worked with her team to create a fantastic day of programming, some amazing speakers. And then on the 26th, we're giving all of our committee presentations as well as some keynote speakers. And then the 27th, in addition to a bunch of workshops and presentations, in the evening, we have the only members-only part of that schedule, which is the AGM, where we're going to be doing some of the business of the society. But we invite anybody who's interested to attend. The tickets are very, very affordable, and they're in Canadian dollars, so they're even more affordable for the audience down south. We also have been advertising this program that I've been part of called Creation Station. And our first batch of entries were fantastic. We even got some from across the world. We got one from Thailand, one from India. We got a couple from the US, plus a bunch from across the entire country of Canada. So we're showcasing a lot of these during the GA, as well as on our website, rasc.ca/creation station. And we invite kids ages 5 to 12 to submit and let their creation run wild. We want to see your imagination, whether it's drawings, whether it's poems, and you'll hear Deepti later tonight. She's been doing amazing poems at the Global Star Party. So if you feel like starting to, dabble, here's a place for you to showcase to the world your imagination. And then, as Scott's aware, I've also started to do Astro Radio over in the UK. We have a panel show, Reach Out and Touch Space. This has been a lot of fun. We've been doing music-themed space shows. So we talk about astronomy news, and we listen to music. And I mean, that's a great way to spend 2 hours every couple of days. So I invite you, if you're interested in any of these, feel free to drop me a line, montrealrasc@gmail.com. Now for tonight, I want to talk to you a little bit about the stories we have for how the Milky Way came to be. And specifically, when you look out at night, when you reach twilight, and specifically when you get into the darker part of the night, the astronomical twilight, even on a cloudy night, you can see that arm of the Milky Way come out through the clouds. And if you watch it for a little while, you'll see it moving through. And the last few years, we've been really lucky to have Saturn and Jupiter very close to the southern part of the Milky Way towards the end of the summer near Sagittarius. And you can really see the dust lanes, you can see the stars, you can see the amount of deep space objects that really can capture your attention. And one of the things that I try to share with my students and with the public when we do outreach is we're not the first ones to be looking upwards and to be seeing this and trying to understand what it is that we're seeing. And there are myths and there are legends in every culture about this river of milky goodness that goes through our night sky.
I like that.
Thanks. So I want to share with you just a few of those, just to give you a little bit of a taste of some of these myths and legends that have captured my imagination, and I hope yours as well. The first is one that a student brought to my attention early on, because I give the students a chance to delve into different cultures and to share some of the things they've learned as kids or that they've read about with me. And the Chinese mythology of the cowherd and the weaver girl is one that really centers around the structure of that arm of the Milky Way. So Xinu, a weaver girl who is considered to be that star Vega, and Niulang, a cowherd who's considered to be the star Altair, they were lovers. And that was frowned upon because here you have a weaver girl working within her village with the other women of the village, and you had a cowherd who spent all his time out with the animals. So this was not considered to be an appropriate match. And so they were banished to opposite sides of this river of stars called Tianyi. And we've been hearing that name a lot in the news because the Chinese space station is named Tianyi-1. And they named it after this Milky Way, the harmony of the heavens, as they call it. Now, those two lovers, their love was so strong that even the river of the Milky Way couldn't keep them apart. And once a year, on the seventh night of the seventh day of, or the seventh night of the seventh lunar month, which is basically just around the start of the fall for us, Tianjin, the flock of magpies that are formed by the 9 stars in Cygnus, form a bridge across the Milky Way that allow Altair and Vega to meet up. and to express their love to each other one night a year. Now, if you look at Cygnus, and Libby actually showed us a really nice close-up of Cygnus just at a previous star party, you can see that there's these dust lanes that actually seem to obscure part of that deep, deep arm of stars. That's this embodiment, this vision of this bridge that was formed by these magpie. Most of us grew up with Greek mythology, though, and in Greek mythology, the entire naming of that band of stars is where the term Milky Way comes from. Aratus talked about it as like a cleft in the sky, and he named it Gala, which is the Greek for milk. And Eratosthenes referred to it as the circle of milk. And most of the Greek philosophers, and at that time natural philosophers, which is the equivalent to scientists these days, referred to it in some way in terms of milk. But the legend is embodied in this painting from the National Gallery of London, from Jacopo Tintoretto, The Origin of the Milky Way. And the idea here is Heracles was one of the bastard sons of Zeus, and we know him from his Roman name, Hercules. Now, Hercules, from the start, was really the Hera treated him horribly and turned lots and lots of horrible torments towards him because he represented all of Zeus's affairs, all of his infidelity. But the worst part was when he was born, which Hera did her best to prevent him even being born. There's a couple of different stories in terms of how he came to be suckled at Hera's breast, but the one that I liked is the idea that Zeus just found her asleep and stuck the baby to her breast and said, "Here, suckle." And Heracles was just so strong because he was Zeus's son that he bit in and caused pain and woke Hera. And Hera flung the baby away, which gave this stream of milk, which is now, in our night sky. The important thing for that story, for the legends of Hercules, was that because Heracles got to suckle at the breast of Hera for just a short amount of time, he gained supernatural heroic strength of the gods. So not only was he part god, he also had suckled at the breast of a god. Heracles actually wasn't his name when he was born, but his parents named him Heracles because that's Hera's pride or Hera's joy, in hopes of appeasing Hera, but all it did was cause her to send more torments his way. The Romans advanced our understanding of the Milky Way by putting out a whole bunch of different ideas as to what could have caused this thing that we see in the night sky. And Marcus Manilius was a poet who really wrote poems about every single one of their perceived explanations. The first was this idea of two halves of the heavens that are either joining together or tearing apart, letting through the light beyond the veil that we see. Another of the myths that they put forward was the idea that the Milky Way was actually the previous path of the sun, or the chariot of the sun god, and that it had left behind a scorched sky, and the dust and the stars and everything were just basically what's left over when a campfire starts to burn out. But one of the really interesting things that Marcus Manilius wrote about was building on the idea of Democritus from the Greek philosophers, that this is just a mass of very, very faint stars. And in one of his poems, he even writes that, are they faint because they're dim, or are they faint because they're far? And that's one of the things that leads you to understand that there was some element of science coming into this mythology. But of course, they were the Romans and they loved their stories. And so the last one that he wrote about was the idea, a quasi-religious idea, that it was the abode of the souls of heroes, and that Diana, the Athena from the Greek, had brought the souls of heroes up and that they were heading towards their abode. Arab astronomy took a lot of what was known by the Greeks and the Romans and tried to advance it. And in medieval times, Al-Biruni was one that talked about this scorched earth path, this cart track through the sky, and said that contrary to what Aristotle said, if these are stars, then they have to be beyond the solar system, beyond the planets that we see, or the sun or the moon or any of those bodies, because they move with respect to this arm which is always there. So he argued that the Milky Way was among the celestial sphere, if not beyond it. And so he was one of the first to really document this idea that those distances are far beyond what was imagined in myths and legends. But if we bring it back to North America, and if we bring it back to our land is shared with the First Nations, with the indigenous peoples of our lands. And I hesitate to share their stories in my voice. And so what I did is I first found one of the Blackfoot legends at the Virtual Museum, which is a donation piece by the Glenbow Museum. And it's the story of the wolves, Makoi. And they were the first earth beings to pity the Blackfoot. And so one snowy winter, when our people were starving, a young man and his family camped by themselves as they searched for food. The wolves found the family and appeared to them as young men bringing fresh meat to their teepee. The wolves took the family with them back to their camp. There were many different animals camped together, and they helped the family to set up, make a fire, and get food. The animals shared many spiritual gifts with the man and also showed the man how to cooperate with other people when he hunted buffalo and other animals. He told the ancestors that animals with hooves and horns were all right to eat, but animals with paws and claws should be left alone. The wolves disappeared in the spring, but we still see them in the sky as the wolf trail. These stars constantly remind us of how we should live together. That story is one that's told in the evenings, especially in the fall time, when the wolves would have come to help this family to keep them alive if they didn't actually prepare for the winter properly. So it was a word of warning, but also a reminder of the cooperativeness that we should live with the land and others. Wilfred Buck is a Cree who shares a lot of the wisdom of his ancestors, and he does this in a lot of different powwows and get-togethers with kids, but also with astronomers and with journalists to share the stories and make people realize that there's a lot of understanding of the night sky and the legends of the First Nations. And I've shared a couple of his before, including the moose, the spirit of the moose with Mars precession. But I wanted to share this one with you because this one really kind of captures this feeling of kind of a depth of dimension when you look at the Milky Way.
So that's Grandmother Spider, and she was in charge of the doorways. She was in charge of those portals in the sky, wormholes. And she was the one that filtered out, and that's where we get the dream catcher from Google Managassi's Grandmother Spider. She sits right on the Milky Way. It's still light out, but the Milky Way runs right across, all the way across from west to east to west. Right below the Grandmother Spider in the horizon is still not coming up is the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters. And that's called Pagwingijik, the hole in the sky. And the hole in the sky, as they say, is where we come from. We come from that place.
So that's the start of the legend of the Star Woman or the Sky Woman, the Sky Mother. And that's one that I highly encourage you to seek out and hear more, read more about. So here's what I want to leave you with. This summer, in the fall, when you go out late at night and you see that arm of the Milky Way, watch it for a little while. Look at it and make your own story. Follow your own imagination. For me, lately, I see the teapot of Sagittarius. And I see the steam coming out of that teapot, coming all the way, arcing through the summer triangle, all the way through to Cassiopeia, where that bitter vain queen is sitting there waiting with her teacup for that smell of tea to tell her that it's ready. Thank you.
Wow. Very cool. I mean, it's so nice to learn more about the history of what humanity has thought about the Milky Way. you know, how these legends and stories kind of weave their way even into modern times. You know, on a level where we want to understand, you know, how humanity has perceived the cosmos. It's interesting how we use that to learn how to survive as you know, from tribes to, you know, modern society even today. So it's very cool, and I'm glad that you bring that out, Karim. It's
Our
really
calendar and a lot of what the way we lived our lives and the way we planned the events that kind of would create a community were all based around our observations of the night sky. And it's not just in the architecture, like something like Stonehenge, which during the solstice has been kind of a focal point in media. Even just simple things like the way in which you set up, knowing that the Nile is about to overflow at a certain point. So you have to set up your hut in a certain way and only let the kids free near the Nile at certain times of the year. Those little bits of common sense were passed down from generation to generation as stories, because it was the easiest way for them to be remembered. And so it's also the easiest way for us to remember them.
That's right. That's right. Harold Locke says, excellent, Karim. Love the ancient perspective. Yeah, that's great. Okay. All right. So I think that Adrian is probably at mission control there. His mission control. And so thanks for racing back to.
Chomping at the bit here. I got a few pictures to share, and I decided to listening to Karim, listening to your presentation, there was only one thing that was missing, and that was the song by Stevie Wonder that said Ribbon in the Sky. Ribbon in the Sky was the name of the song. And for whatever reason, I went 49 years till I realized that ribbon he may be talking about might be behind me right now in my photo.
Exactly.
The Milky Way, that may well be a ribbon. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And what I'll share with everyone is sort of my journey as a Milky Way chaser. There are some of you out there that may have some favorite Milky Way shots, and what you're seeing are a bunch of Milky Way shots. And I'm starting off with this picture, which is not the Milky Way, but I noticed the way the clouds looked around this vulture, and it reminded me of the one time that I tried to shoot directly in the Milky Way, and I ended up with, and it should be in this, I aimed at the Lagoon Nebula shooting in the Milky Way. And I think the similarity between the two being the cloud-like structure and something in the center that may not actually be a part of those clouds, but stands out because it's shaped against it. So I would say my Milky Way chasing has been something that I've tried to do for quite some time. And this image that you see right here is, to my recollection, the very first time I actually got something of the Milky Way using a Canon 30D and a kit lens, 18 to 55, out in the country somewhere. You see all of this light, and it was a 49-second exposure. So there's all of the star trailing here. So those of you that feel that you have to have the latest camera and you have to have the latest gear to get started chasing, especially the summer part of the Milky Way, to get started chasing this, you do not need a lot of equipment. You can get started. Any picture that you take, and this is from a few years ago, any picture that you can take that has any of these features of the Milky Way that you see, is both a good image and an image in training. I think I took this the same night. This is me with a telescope looking at Jupiter, and trying to sit still for 20 or 30 seconds to try and get a rather decent exposure of the Milky Way. And you know, not all of the pictures you take are going to be good, but I will point out, if I zoom in, notice this little asterism that's in the Cygnus region, the coat hanger. One of my favorite things to look for when I take a Milky Way shot, if I jump all the way to the end game, which is this picture that's in the back of me, the coat hanger is still present in all of my shots. I'll talk about how I got this shot. Trying to describe what it's like, and as I go through a few of the photos here, Milky Way with aurora, what it's like to see the Milky Way changes with the darkness of the sky. Let's see where this one is. So over Lake Huron, it's a beautiful area. You can see some of the structure from taking the pictures. What I saw when I looked out over Lake Huron was I barely saw any of this. Most of the time when I took these pictures, including the zodiacal light and the winter Milky Way, the chase never stops. The winter Milky Way comes out and you can go after it with Orion in the sky. You can try and image it. And I also imaged the zodiacal light. We had a rather bright zodiacal light this year. You know, the trick is to get dust lanes and the processing that you can do with it. You can use a tracker so that you focus on that part of the sky more. But the darker the skies that you go, just looking at the Milky Way can be a breathtaking experience. You can still see it as the sun is coming up if you image at the right time. This is an interesting experiment that I tried with. I think I ended up getting a fisheye effect when I processed this, and makes for an interesting picture.
Cool.
A lot of photographers, yeah, this is, let me show you the one that isn't. There's the picture, the straight picture I took. This is the moon coming up. The sun has about an hour yet before it will rise, but the light from it is already enough to begin watching the Milky Way out. Before that happened, let's see if I have it, and I should. Yeah, this was an image that I took before twilight began. Lots of light pollution, and I simply added it to the frame. So you've got all of these yellows. Different Milky Way shooters will treat the Milky Way in a way that fits their artistic capabilities. And that's, if you're a photographer and you're not sure about these regions, you know that this is Antares over here, and you know that this is known as the Crazy Horse Nebula, and you know that the string of nebulas that you can observe going right up the summer part of the Milky Way. If you're not sure of all of that, you're just a nightscape photographer and you like to take beautiful pictures of the Milky Way, what you wind up doing is you look for a beautiful location to film that ribbon over, and you end up with a shot. Let's see, I know I have a few here. You end up with the shot like this, where you have a lake or another beautiful foreground, and you put the Milky Way in the background. You may not necessarily go for detail so much as you're trying to evoke imagery of a beautiful dark night sky. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. Sometimes when Milky Way shooting, you can get lucky. Here's an image that I took. I think this was a year later, a year ago, and I've practiced in different places where it should be difficult. I went back to this site after I learned a little more about processing images and gathering more data. But nothing beats an image where you just get flat out lucky and a meteor goes through your Milky Way shot and you end up with a 2-for-1. I had a couple of Milky Way shots that that happened, but a couple of my favorites may not be the best looking. And you notice you're seeing a lot of summer Milky Way. A lot of photography happens around the summer Milky Way because it's so bright. But you can image the winter Milky Way if you are so patient enough to do it. But for me, I look for scenes that remind me of having been there. So there's my truck. There's the Milky Way. If the night sky was absolutely beautiful, these are the sort of images. I may not enter them in the contests. I may not care. Oh, look, that looks like maybe another meteor or a plane. All I want to know is I remember being there and I remember taking the photo and enjoying the night sky. And the same thing goes for Ann Arbor, Michigan, where the light pollution is a bit more than you might expect. If you can figure out a Bortle rating, go to Clear Dot Sky, learn about the Bortle ratings, and you can go into a Bortle rating sky of 5 or lower, and with a decent image and a good clear night, you can still get some part of the Milky Way. You can frame it against, you can frame it against trees and make a beautiful scene like this, or you can dig right in, which I know I did for a few of them, and you can shoot just the Milky Way by itself and try and study it. And this was done with a camera that was modified to allow HA light, H alpha light, and actually it's full spectrum. So all of the filters, the IR filter was taken out too, and you end up getting more detail. This is kind of where I am with my Milky Way photography, is learning how to get more detail without star bloat, a little bit better tracking, and getting images that reveal more of what this ribbon in the sky is. And I think I took another picture. I failed to see it here. Oh, this is it. I took another picture over at Lake Huron using that camera, and lo and behold, the North American Nebula shows up in a wide angle view. It looks more painterly, but that's coming with time, practice, and processing. Tools that I use: Lightroom, CC, Photoshop. Topaz denoise is a tool that I've recently added to my processing for Milky Way shots. But if you can make it to a dark sky, and that's where I'm going to show this image. This image looks pretty much the way that I saw the night sky with my own eyes. You rarely see a Milky Way photo that is, well, it looks like my own eyes, and you do it on purpose when you know how to process. But this was a Bortle 2 sky. I was headed to try and catch the Milky Way over to Quamanon Falls. This is the picture I got. There's a little bit of the Milky Way. The sun was already coming up. I missed it by about 10 seconds. Kind of like tonight, where I missed my presentation time by about 10 seconds. Same thing, but I'll tell you why I missed it. I stopped along the road, Highway 123, and I looked up at the night sky when I noticed there were a whole lot of stars, and I just wanted to see, well, how dark is a Bortle 2 sky? I got out of the truck and I looked, and I saw this. I saw color in the Milky Way. I saw this detail, these dark lanes, the dust lanes. For the first time, I saw it without having taken a picture of it. All of those other pictures that I showed were pictures where I saw the wispy clouding. I saw something there, but I kind of knew that was a Milky Way, and I had to image it in order to bring out that detail. The detail is already here. There's coat hanger, one of my favorite things. it's an awe-inspiring sight when you see the entire Milky Way stretch across the sky and you see detail, structure, and color. And it's my hopes that as I go to a Bortle 1 sky, that I'm able to see even more of this, because I will have my cameras ready and I will be ready to image. So that image that's in the back of me is my processed version of it. I've got a few better ones in this, I think, but you get the idea how bright the Milky Way gets, the darker the skies. And
Sure.
I really recommend, if you get a chance to see the Milky Way naked eye, it can be this little bit here when you're trying to make a beautiful image and you've got aurora going. It can be hard to marry the two, but then you go to another angle. You want to get to a place where you can see the Milky Way look just like this without a camera. If you can do it once in your lifetime, I recommend it. You can still get beautiful pictures as long as it's dark enough. Again, you can actually image a Milky Way at Bortle, I would say Bortle 5 or more, you can start getting some detail, but really takes Bortle 2 and Bortle 1 before you start to see things. And do you need to modify your camera? Well, if you get under a sky like this was taken with a stock camera, a Canon 6D that is not modified. And all of this light can come through because of how dark. And that's even with these towns shining some light on the horizon. They're low enough on the horizon, but so a Bortle 1 sky, you can imagine some of this, it looks this way when you're just looking up. So that's my experience and my journey.
Very appropriate. I'm glad you brought on your game here, Adrian, to share your experience and your love for the Milky Way. So, I've known this figure for a while. There was a study done by Italian researchers and US researchers, and it was just basically a study of how many people cannot see the Milky Way. And it's something like in the range of 80% of the human population cannot see the Milky Way from where they live. Now, that doesn't mean that people haven't traveled to see it. I'm very curious what the number is of people who have actually never experienced it, and if you're listening out there and you've never experienced it, we're all of us here are going to highly recommend that you make that trip out to dark skies to do that. So,
yeah. So I wanted to answer a question that I saw, and it was
Okay.
a question about what about a dedicated camera and a dedicated lens like Rokinon. Rokinon has come out with some really good lenses lately. It's unfortunate. I just picked up a Sigma 14-24 art lens that I'm going to shoot with. Had I thought about it, may have looked at Rokinon series of lens. For those of you that would like to get into the hobby, a dedicated camera such as a Canon RA is not a bad idea, because you'll get more detail out of the Milky Way and you'll be able to shoot in more light polluted skies because you've got a camera that'll pull out more of the detail of the Milky Way. Check out those Rokinon or Samyang lenses, the 14mm f2.8, the 24mm f2.8. They've got one that has a green light that lets you know that you're at infinity. So it's a focusing aid so that you can start there with seeing if you've got sharp stars and then adjust a little bit from there. The process of getting sharp stars, there's a couple of different ways. I'm out of time now, but definitely check that gear out if you all are out there and interested in starting to do some Milky Way photography. Third Rock Astronomy, what about Oswo 2600 MC Pro, since he has the dedicated cameras for his scopes? Give it a try. That dedicated camera is going to pull more detail in than a stock DSLR camera, but you do have to tune it depending on what type of shooting you want to do. If you want to do wide angle and have the full Milky Way and you want to put something in front, you may find that there's a whole lot of red. Those that do DSO shots, you're aiming at a part of the Milky Way and you're doing things like the North American Nebula, or you're doing M8, you're doing M20, you're doing M16 or 17. And you're doing all of these DSO objects. You're shooting in that region near the center of the Milky Way, or you're shooting out toward the Cassiopeia wing, or you're shooting at Orion. When you're shooting at the Rosette, that's in the Milky Way too during the winter. So you're you know, whatever you've got, just fire at the Milky Way, whether you're doing wide angle or you're doing narrow, and you know, you're doing DSLR photography or your dedicated astro cameras. Just try it out and see what you get. So with that, Scott, let me turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you very much. Well, we are now heading to the Southern Hemisphere to Cesar Brollo in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Cesar has been, you know, on many of our global star parties, but he is a major force of amateur astronomy, and I think also working directly with professional astronomers. You know, as he rubs shoulders with those guys, he's given eclipse tours. He's neck deep right now in restoring a historic astronomical complex in Argentina. And so we're lucky to have him. I know he's busy all day working with optics and selling telescopes and all the rest of the things that Sirocco Optica sells. But then he stays up all night to hang out with us on the Global Star Party. Cesar, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thanks for coming on again.
Hi, Scott. Hi, everyone. Yes, today I returned to the balcony. I'm crazy because it's colder than I suspect. But because winter is ready now to start. Yesterday, started winter yesterday. And but of course that in Buenos Aires the temperatures are not so cold, but I left my setup from the living room from next time, but today I had the idea to return one time more in winter to the balcony outside. It's not a background picture. It's the telescope. It's real.
It's real.
Yes. The people say in the comments, if they say Cesar, think that it's not normal suffer. Yeah, the idea is enjoy astronomy without suffering. But okay, we are crazy people too. And I prefer. No, the nag is amazing. I have my target of, first of all, I have a small presentation about Milky Way and something that, of course, our most, the constellation more visible in our Milky Way in southern hemisphere is Crux. Crux was, of course, that all numbers of the constellations in southern hemispheres is about something that is not a Greek or Arabian culture. If not, it's more about, for example, you know that is well, Crux is of course the time of religion, but you have octant or compass or a lot of different well, a lot of instruments for navigation, because our constellation that was named before or in the new age in the last 2,000 years, when the people discovered the southern hemisphere. And something that is that not all people know is that Crux, the Crux constellation for originary people in Argentina or in Patagonia in South America was the feet of the choique. The choique is we call it Ñandú. It's the same. Maybe Scott, can you help me with the name of the biggest African bird, but don't fly, only run.
The ostrich.
The ostrich. Well,
yes.
In South America we have a smaller ostrich. We call it Ñandú, and the original people call it choique. Choique, yes. And let me share screen. I can show it. Well, you can see the my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Well, in this small presentation, here is my setup. Actually, I'm using a telescope of 90 millimeters f10 telescope. And if not, I normally use the Exos 100 with a camera and teleobjective, a zoom between 100 and 300 millimeters. But most of the time, I use more telescopes, different kinds of telescopes.
Mm-hmm.
This is my setup, similar like now. This is Agustin when we are going to our another house of the family to have the above complete above skies. It's not this year, unfortunately, but maybe in few months we'll return for weekends to make astrophotography in a great way again.
Mm-hmm.
But I love make pictures from the city. This is a 2519. It's a class open cluster, and this is the part of a building in front of me. This is a little beautiful part of a Milky Way from the city. The treasures of Milky Way from the city, of course.
Yes.
I process this open cluster, and this is something that you can see the different colors in any open cluster that you can see in the southern hemisphere in Milky Way. Is a huge difference between colors of the stars, because our open clusters that have a really different sequence of the life of the stars are beautiful to see, are really beautiful to see from the city, not only for astrophotography, if not that they are very enjoyable to see from the city with a medium-sized telescope.
That's a beautiful cluster. Picture of a cluster. I love.
Yes.
I love the multiple colors. Cesar, this is really nice image.
Yes, with an easy. It's something that you can see in your naked eye, and it's very easy to make a single background extraction, to have the colors, the contrast, the difference, the dynamic range. Some people like to say about the difference between brights and colors. Many of these clusters are in this area of the sky in the south, and it's very easy to enjoy to naked eyes, or to make a couple of single pictures with a camera or a cell phone, smartphone. This was last weekend. Unfortunately, was just a little. Maybe tonight I can make another one much better with this telescope. Centaurus A is a galaxy. Of course, that is not a part of a Milky Way because it's a galaxy, but it's very near. It's very near to the line of the Milky Way. It's
Oh,
like it's something like because normally you're watching the galaxies in Virgo constellation or Carvus or constellations that are down or up of our Milky Way, our galaxy, in the north or south pole. But this is interesting because it's a very near to the Omega Centaurus cluster, the Hamburger galaxy. This one is something that is great to serve in our astronomical sessions, because I am talking about a hamburger.
I've always wanted to see Centaurus A. That's a
Yeah.
beautiful, yeah. It's quite bright too.
Yes, yes. Unfortunately, in this picture, don't make their own entire beauty of this galaxy. But I can make from the seat. I can make a much better picture, because last night we had a little teeny clouds in the skies.
That dust lane that goes through the middle, Cesar, is pretty easily visible, right? Even visually.
Yes, yes. No, from the city, I try it, but maybe it's something that maybe not with this telescope. This telescope is only 90 millimeters f10, but with the Schmidt-Cassegrain 8 inches, you can see, especially I see that from the rooftop in the 37th floor.
Awesome.
But from my balcony, I couldn't see. I couldn't watch. I couldn't see well the galaxy. Yes, I could.
Go to one of the.
I can see.
Sorry. Go
You've
ahead.
seen it, Molly?
If you
Go
go
ahead,
to
Molly.
southern U.S. star parties, like the Texas Star Party or the Winter Star Party in Florida, you can see Centaurus A, and you can also see Omega Centauri at about degrees
in
high.
The south, really in the
but
south.
they're
That's awesome,
low.
Molly.
They're low.
Yeah,
on the
very low,
horizon.
very low.
Yeah.
Here,
They're low.
it's over
You
my
can see them,
head.
and it's very cool.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
cool. It is.
Yeah,
that's
I
awesome.
have seen them from
Yes,
Winter
yes,
Star
Molly.
Party, also from the Anza-Borrego State Park in California. I've seen them.
Yeah.
The nice tantalizing taste just before you go to the southern hemisphere, right?
Yes, and it's the same sensation that Molly says of to see something from another part of the sky. For us, is sometimes when we watch Andromeda Galaxy in the north, very near to the horizon, in a very, very dark sky, is wow. It's and yes, for us, it's maybe in this a few degrees over the horizon, watching to the north. Well, here, look that the original people make this is incredible, because maybe yes, this is the Nyandu or the Choike, how the original people call it, and they make the constellation the Nyandu foot. And this is incredible, because the Spanish people came to say, no, this is the cross, the sacred cross. And they say, okay, no, this is the choike foot. Maybe I don't know the name to say foot in the original, for the original people, but they know it's something that as in the last talking of Karim, that how different cultures see the sky, maybe you can make another constellation with another stars, but how this is incredible that two separates culture from the old Patagonia and from Europe see the same four stars to make something. This is something that is I am thinking in the last that Karim talked about this, and it's very interesting. It's it's amazing in some part because say, okay, but you make the same constellation with another sense, but it's incredible.
It is, and from culture to culture in the southern hemisphere, there's so much diversity in the way they see the stars. It's beautiful.
Yeah, yes, it's incredible. Well, here do you have part of the Southern Cross that I took from here. It's very rich part of the sky. There's the coast sulk on. Here do you have the Southern Cross. Here do you have the coal soak. Coal soak, no, it's called
Coal sack.
Coal sack.
Yep, coal sack.
Coal sack. Sorry. I was watching a lot of French and Italian movies last week, and I've lost part of my English.
How do you call it in Spanish?
Saco de carbón.
There you go.
Saco de carbón. Yes, here you can see.
And I see the jewel box as well.
Yes, the jewel box here. Now I have a surprise. I have my telescope pointing to the shovel box. Well, this is Eta Carina. It's a picture that I make from here too. It's another shovel of the southern part.
Oh yeah, just the
Rodrigo Celada make a beautiful pictures of Eta Carina too. It's not easy to watch from our out from the city to see, but if photography making a lot of pictures, you know, you can make it. At the cluster, Omega Centauri cluster, I can try make a picture tonight maybe, but the problem that tonight is a little cold here and I need to go inside later. And this is a picture that took my son Agustin from center of the Argentina in our last holidays in April. Yes. Here do you have the Southern Cross. This is another sky, and this is how looks the Milky Way in southern hemisphere. We can see Regio Centaurus or Alpha y Beta Centauro, the cross, Southern Cross.
Interesting patchy dark nebula. Very interesting.
Yeah. Many people say Magellanic dark cloud to this. It's interesting, and it's amazing how you can see in dark skies here in Argentina. It's something that, come on, look, that is a hole in the sky. It's incredible. And well, this was my presentation. I need to change to my, if you like, I can thank you, Adrian, to say Argentina will be my destination. Yes, all of you are welcome to Argentina to make a third party together.
Definitely, Cesar. We'll take you up on that.
Yes, it's real. Let me, if I have a little of time, I can share with maybe in the remote, maybe you can see in the remote Canon viewer of my camera.
Yes.
Maybe you can see,
you see like
the stars. Yes, this is the shovel box. And now it's a clear night. I'm moving my telescope in the back.
Okay.
I love that.
So Cesar, we just see a dark screen right now. we
with
see
a square,
the
yeah.
live view. We see it darks. It's
And-
starting to. There's some faint stars inside the white box.
So it's starting to appear.
And I sorry, Cameron, that I couldn't understand that you told me. My comprehension of English sometimes is horrible.
Oh,
Oh, I was saying that we see a very faint 2 stars inside the white.
Yes, it's the Shewell
box.
box. Yes, but
Yes.
we can make a 20
Stretch.
seconds explanation.
Yeah, because this is live, and then you're going to stretch it, right?
Yes. No. This is the yes. It's a real time. And now,
Cesar,
Yeah,
somebody
so-
is lodging a complaint, and the complaint is that they say, "Thank you, Cesar. You gave me a bad habit. I'm using your saying, oh, come on."
Come on.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that I will be using that too, Cesar. Come on.
Come on, yeah, that's a good one.
I think
right.
that you've got to patent that. That's your catchphrase.
That's right.
I
That's
don't know.
funny.
Let me. I change. Sorry, I share my screen again to show you the picture. Share.
Okay.
Sorry,
That's a
this
little
is
bit
what-
better.
I was me. I
Oh,
was me
nice.
that I moved. This is why I have my floor here in the balcony is a deck. And
Yes.
the problem is that I move a lot just talking, and I move the picture because the decks are very bad for astronomy to put the telescope.
Yes.
And I know that
The building moves, the telescope
yes, I
moves.
move a lot in 20 seconds. But you can see here, sorry, the movement of the picture, but I can take another one while we are talking. This time I'll be quiet. Not quiet of silence, if not
Not
moving. Yeah.
Not moving while you're talking.
Yeah, sure. Impossible for genetic of
Impossible.
Italian. Yes, I know. Yeah. My God. My goodness.
Yes, but we can see.
But you can see the different colors.
Yeah.
It's very important for us.
It's inspiring, Cesar, because you're in the middle of a big city, okay? Lots of
Yes.
light pollution, but you're still able to get deep sky objects, so that's great.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Here, maybe we can try another one.
Yeah, we saw it move a little bit. I think the stars were a tad rounder on this. That next one.
Yes. These pictures, of course, for stacking are not good. And normally, when, for example, something that despite the winter and the cold weather, something that is great to.
It's a demonstration. It's a live view from somebody halfway around the world. So I think it's wonderful,
yes, it's
right?
It's something magic. Yes,
Very
It's
true.
magic. It's magic.
Oh, here comes the next
Yeah.
one.
Beautiful.
Here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm too much because in 30 seconds, the problem is that let it try with only 20 seconds. Yes, the problem is that one of the things are that my polar alignment is normal, it's rolling, not accurate. And maybe 30 seconds is a lot, but I think that I'm guilty of moving the floor with my hands or something.
So
Can
Cesar,
try another one.
Are you able to look at the histogram right now and clip the bottom end to take care of that light pollution?
About light pollution, we I have a group, the group of astronomia.amateur in Facebook is the group, the page in Facebook for my astronomical business. The name is astronomia.amateur. The growth of the number of the growth of the page of Facebook, the group is Cielos Oscuros, Dark Skies, Astronomía Amateur. Is the idea is fight all time against the problem of light pollution. Actually, in Buenos Aires, in my area, I have a 9.3 Bortle scale, and I can use for a most, sorry that I, okay, sorry. Yes, I understand now. The budget, yes, I use the normal EOS, the EOS utility is the name. But if you, for example, normally when I make pictures from this kind of sky, it's I normally use oxygen 3. I mix pictures with luminance without filter, and some pictures with CLS or oxygen 3. You can get a much better quantity of information in your pictures, more easy later to process. But with a Bortle 9.3, anything is easy. Especially for objects that have, for example, is the cluster that you can see. Open clusters is very easy to process, but when you work with an big surface nebula like Lagoon Nebula,
Exactly.
or Eta Carina Nebula, the background extraction. First of all, the people think that the sky is black, and this is not. Especially when you think in a nebula inside the Milky Way, and you have the extension of these nebulas, especially Eta Carina or well, M42, or a lot of nebula are bigger than you can think. I told with my customers sometimes when they say, okay, my pictures is a disaster, why you over process the sky is not so dark instead yes, and this is something that
yeah,
here,
actually I was just to say, Cesar, that I think what I was thinking is there's two different approaches, right? If it's just stars, to your point, right? If it's just stars, you should, with a cluster, you should be able to use the histogram and clip the light pollution because there's enough intensity. But you're right on with extended objects like nebulae and that, you're going to lose a lot of the information because if you clip that, you lose the nebulosity, right?
Yes.
That's what you're saying, right?
Absolutely, yes. It's many times with a very high pollution, you think that you're removing light pollution or background, and you are removing information of background of your nebulosa, of your nebula,
exactly,
or
the
background or the Milky Way. I have a picture last week of Trifida Nebula and Lagoon Nebula together with my Zoom with the same setup of Exos 100, and the first thing that is that, come on, the sky in this area is very bright, and you have a lot of background of stars between these two, Trifid Nebula and Lagoon Nebula. If you have the field, of course, the field of view pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can
target together with a 300 millimeters. You don't have problems.
You can see that in Adrian's pictures, right? Adrian had the lagoon
Yes.
in the center of Nebula. There's a continuous nebulosity between that whole area, and you have to
Absolutely.
go to a dark sky to be able to capture that. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yes.
Okay, Cesar, thank you so much. Thank
it's
you.
a pleasure.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, well, up next is Molly Wakeling and her segment Astronomolly, okay, Astronomolly's Universe. And she's going to be talking about the Dumbbell Nebula. She could be talking about almost anything because Molly always, she not only gives us kind of the background that a lot of amateur astronomers know, but she'll dive into the science and physics of things that kind of give us a greater knowledge of what we're looking at. So I've always really enjoyed Molly's interpretations and findings, and she inspires everybody, I think, to learn a little bit more about science. So, Molly, you've been gone for a little while. You went on a trip, I think, and you moved, right? You're on the East Coast now. Is that correct?
Yeah, so when I was putting the presentation together for tonight, I realized I've been gone for a whole month from Global Star Party.
Okay, we missed you.
I
Yeah.
had
Wow.
my final exams, and then I went to Yosemite for a week with my
Yeah.
parents. A lot of fun. Unfortunately, did not get to do any imaging because the trees were very tall at our campsite, so couldn't really see much. And then I've moved out to Ohio, so now I'm in the Eastern time zone.
Okay.
So I'll probably be coming on earlier in the broadcasts now instead of later.
That's right. Okay, well, great. Great.
My telescopes are not here yet. My stuff's not going to be delivered for a bit because of the labor shortage. So, but I can still do Astronomolly's Universe segments until I get
Yes,
my
you
telescopes back. So.
Okay.
Oh,
Thanks
great
for
to have you
coming on
back,
to the
Molly.
show. Yeah.
Great to have you back.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I'll share my screen here. Yeah, I've just got my laptop now, so back down to one screen instead of two screens, which is sad. The one screen should work. All right, so tonight's object of interest is the Dumbbell Nebula, which is a pretty bright, cool nebula that you can see from a variety of sky conditions, and is always it's a really great target to start with when you're starting to get into deep sky imaging, because it's pretty easy to find and comes out nicely in pictures. Yeah, okay. So what is the Dumbbell Nebula? So it's a type of nebula called a planetary nebula. Now, planetary nebula is actually a bit of a misnomer. It doesn't have anything to do with planets, but when early astronomers were observing these through their tiny telescopes, they looked kind of planet like the planets in their shape. And so they were, for the time, dubbed planetary nebula because they couldn't quite figure out what they were. But as we got bigger telescopes and the ability to take pictures of them, we were able to see a lot more of what they were. So planetary nebulae, they're the end stage of a lot of main sequence stars between the mass of about the mass of the sun and about 8 times the mass of the sun. So our star will actually eventually have a similar fate and will become a planetary nebula. So I'll go into more of what exactly is happening in a bit. But in the Dumbbell Nebula, it's there's a star at the center and it's ejecting its gas, and the red edges that I'll show in a picture in a second is the bow shock of the hydrogen gas interacting, or the kind of the shock wave interacting with the interstellar medium hydrogen gas. And the star that is left over at the end of all of this is a white dwarf. The Dumbbell Nebula is also known as Messier 27, being the 27th object on Charles Messier's list of things in the sky that are not comets. All right, so where can the Dumbbell Nebula be found? So the right picture is a shot from Stellarium showing where the Dumbbell Nebula is located. So it's up during the summertime. It's just sort of above the Milky Way, so sort of to the west of the Milky Way, but up high in the sky. As you can see on the map there, we have Deneb and Cesar over here in Cygnus, and Altair and Vega forming our summer triangle. And the Dumbbell Nebula is kind of in the middle of the summer triangle. So you do have to star hop a bit to get to it, but it's in a pretty familiar part of the sky, and it is quite bright, so it's not too difficult to find. Galactically speaking, I couldn't find a good map showing where the Dumbbell Nebula was located, but based on looking in Sky Safari and knowing where it is in relation to the galactic core, I estimate it's about over here in the Perseus arm, the next arm behind us, but it's kind of in the direction of the core of the galaxy, since we do see it during the summertime when we're looking this way, as opposed to the wintertime when we're looking this way. All right, so some fast facts about the Dumbbell Nebula. It is in the constellation Vulpecula, which is not one of the ones that you can say like, oh look, there's I think see Vulpecula, I think that's the fox. Like, oh, there's the head of the fox and the feet of the fox. It's not so easy to find, but it's kind of right. It's in between Cygnus and Altair, and near the two star segment that we recognize as Sagittal pretty nicely. It's about 1,360 light years away, so relatively close, astronomically speaking. Its apparent magnitude is 7.5, so pretty bright and can be seen in a lot of telescopes. It's a lot smaller than the large nebula, like the Lagoon Nebula, the Orion Nebula, those are hundreds of light years across. But the planetary nebula are much smaller because it's a single star material being ejected out. So the diameter of the Dumbbell Nebula has been measured to be about 2.8 light years across. And it was discovered by Charles Messier, and he lists that in his catalog. A lot of stuff in Messier's catalog wasn't necessarily his discovery. Some things he did discover, some things other astronomers discovered, and he included them in his catalog. But at least according to the internet, M27, the Dumbbell Nebula was discovered by Charles Messier. So what are planetary nebula? Let's see, I had some notes, but I can't look at them while I'm on a single screen. I forgot about that. Okay. So what's happening in a planetary nebula is you have a star like the sun, and as it gets toward the end of its life, it runs out of hydrogen in the core to fuse into helium. So there's a lot of heavier helium in the core, and the star begins to expand a bit because it's cooling down because there's not it's not burning hydrogen. But then as the helium begins to condense in the core, it starts to heat back up again as gravity is pulling the helium together. And this causes kind of the area of fusion to move outward in the star away from the core, and there's more hydrogen out there. So it begins hydrogen fusion again. And then the core continues to get hotter, and it gets hot enough to start fusing helium up into heavier elements like carbon and oxygen. And these don't produce as much energy to counteract the effects of gravity. So eventually the hydrogen further out starts to get burned through, and it goes sort of through this cycle of getting hot in the core, but then also expanding because it's losing its ability to kind of hold itself together as it's trying to find things to burn or to fuse. We say burning, but we don't mean in the way of like a campfire. It's fusion is what we're talking about when we say burning. And the star actually expands out to be a red giant because the surface becomes very cool, since like a gas in a gas canister, when it becomes more separated, it becomes cooler. And our sun will eventually go through the same process and will go out to become the size of the orbit of Mars and consume the inner planets as it starts to expand. This won't be for another 5 billion years, so don't worry. It eventually gets out to be large enough that it's considered in the asymptotic giant branch, or AGB, which is some of the acronym that you're seeing in the picture on the right there. And it's unable to hold on to that gas, but the stellar wind continues to push it away. And the red that you're seeing in the Dumbbell Nebula and other planetary nebula is hydrogen gas and the bow shock, so the shock wave interacting with the interstellar medium. That blue gas that's toward the middle is a lot of the oxygen that has been produced in the core of the star.
Wow.
So on the right is sort of a map of the different parts of a planetary nebula. On the left, so this doesn't happen isotopically. The gas is not pushed out evenly in all directions to form a sphere. Because the star is rotating, the stellar wind, because stellar wind has to do with the magnetic field of the star, and that's rotating. So the stellar wind is going out in a particular set of directions as opposed to all directions. So you kind of get this lobed structure. And depending on whether you're looking at at any particular planetary nebula face on or edge on, is when you can kind of see those lobes, like with the Dumbbell Nebula, or you're kind of looking down the edge of the Coke can, like for the Helix Nebula and the Ring Nebula. So that's kind of the shape that you're seeing there from different angles. So here's one of my pictures of the Dumbbell Nebula to kind of show these different parts of it.
Very nice.
Thank you. When you take it with narrowband filters, you can get a lot more of these dimmer outer areas, which was very exciting to capture. But if you just start with like a DSLR on a telescope, you can at least for sure get this hourglass here in the middle. And when you can get up to longer exposures, you can get what we call the football shape here. So there's a lot of really cool structure and stuff happening in here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So we have this cool red X that kind of goes through the middle. And you can see how there's sort of a preferential direction for the bow shock heading outwards from it. We also have sort of these clouds of oxygen coming out on the other side, and that's forming some intricate structure. And I don't know a whole lot about the dynamics of what else going on here, but there's some really cool structure going on with the Dumbbell Nebula, and a lot that we don't know yet about planetary nebula and what causes all these different structures that we see in them. All right, there we go. So the Dumbbell Nebula doesn't glow on quite as many wavelengths as what I showed previously, the Rosette Nebula. Because it is a planetary nebula, it's mostly gas that was being fused in the star that is being lit up by ultraviolet radiation from the star. So mostly we're seeing it glow on the visible spectrum, but a lot of it also glows in the infrared spectrum. So this is an infrared image of the same nebula. And you can see how there's sort of that similar lobed structure with the hourglass shape and those outer portions, but different concentrations of it. I'm not sure offhand what all exact gases and wavelengths we're seeing here in this infrared image, but in different wavelengths of light, you can see different structures and different stuff that's going on, which is really cool. So if you want to observe the Dumbbell Nebula, visually, it's a sort of a lower magnification. So your shorter focal length telescopes, it's a splotch, but bright enough to pick out among the background, even under moderate light pollution. I frequently go to it when I'm doing public outreach events, even in my Schmidt-Cassegrain. And then of course, if you go up to higher magnification, you might be able to glean some more detail. If you're under very dark skies, I think you can also see the football shape in addition to the hourglass shape. I have to admit, I'm not a big visual observer, but these are kind of my estimations from what visual observing I have done on it. Photographically, a small field of view is better because then you can pick up a lot more of the detail. So the previous picture I showed was at 1,260 millimeters on my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain with a focal reducer. but you can actually do a decent job on shorter focal lengths too. This image is taken at 500 millimeters, and you can still get some really nice shape and structure and color to it. It doesn't just look like a tiny little thing. So you can really take it with a wide variety of telescopes, which is a lot of fun. And it's a really excellent narrowband target. You can get, it's all hydrogen and oxygen gas is pretty much all it is that's glowing. It's really great in narrowband, but it's also is bright enough that you can get a lot of really great detail, even just in wideband RGB on your DSLR or on your one-shot color camera or with RGB filters on your monochrome camera. So it can be imaged in a lot of ways with a lot of different telescopes. Pretty versatile target. And that's all I've got.
That's it? That's pretty awesome.
I didn't want to take up your whole show.
So people have been talking about, just the dynamic of being able to see presentations like yours, Molly, and all the rest of you that will have given presentations, and we'll give them tonight. They love the idea that they can ask questions. Okay, it's live. They can talk to each other, and they were trying to contrast this against like watching television shows, and so, I have to confess, I have learned so much from watching all of you, and I feel that the richness of what I have experienced as an amateur astronomer has become, 100-fold after doing all these programs with you. So I really want to thank all the presenters here for coming back again and again. It's really awesome. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and so you can stretch, you can get some coffee, get a sandwich, and talk amongst yourselves if you want. That's great. I'm going to test something, though, because we will have a presentation from John Briggs. And last time we had a little bit of audio trouble, so I'm going to just test this. And you guys in the audience can tell me if this is working or not. Okay? So just hang in there. And tell me if you can hear audio or not, because I can't.
Hi, everybody. It's John Briggs speaking to you from Magdalena, New Mexico.
We can hear the audio this time.
You hear the audio. Good. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Good level.
So I'm going to save that. We are going to go. we are going to go to an intermission here, and if you guys chat a little.
Well, Molly, I can tell you from experience that yes, you indeed see the football shape in a large observing instrument, or dark sky, or both. I think some of the visual astronomers that I saw the dumbbell with had some filters to put in.
Using
accent that a bit.
Yeah, if you use like an oxygen filter or an ultra high contrast or nebula filter, this would be a good. Oh, there's my cat in the background.
Yeah, I see I was going to comment on that, but it's okay. Good to see the cat made the trip as well.
Yeah. Both the cats are here. They're getting settled into the new house. They're a little weirded out because my house is very empty right now. My stuff hasn't been delivered yet. But I got them another little cat tree thing that they're sitting in, and they seem to really like that. But they're very anxious to have their catio back, their outdoor cat cage that they can be outside but stay safe in.
Oh, I love that. Good name.
It's a good name for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I will probably be like a fellow rascal Karim and duck out and probably watch a little bit online, get some sleep this time. I've got some work to do tomorrow morning. So Scott, thank you for scheduling me a little early. I almost made it to my assigned time.
Adrian, thank you so much Thank you.
I enjoy doing these and look forward to the next one.
Yep.
And
Thanks, Adrian.
Yep.
Good to have you, man.
Awesome. Yep. Have a good night, everyone. Thank for all those out there that nice comments on the images. I'm hoping to get them a little better. I'm downloading EOS Backyard as we speak, so I'm going to be playing around with that as well.
Yeah, I like it
Awesome.
quite a lot.
Yep. We'll see what we can do with it. All right, everyone. Have a good night.
Take care.
And
Adrian.
Have a good night.
And keep looking up.
That's right.
Good night,
Definitely.
Adrian.
That's right.
Night,
I'm actually
Adrian.
going to head out as well because now that I'm on the East Coast, it's
late.
a little late. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I'm
We're
getting
after
back
11, yeah.
into a bit of a regular, trying to get back into my post-COVID work schedule of actually having to go in. So not getting.
Well, thanks for joining.
Anymore.
Molly, thank you so much. And hopefully we can get, we can see you next week. Next week on Tuesday is the birthday of George Ellery Hale. Okay. So this is going to be, I'm going to see what I can do to pull out some interesting presenters that know a lot about George Ellery Hale. We'll see there's a few people out there that know, that have done some historical studies of him and that kind of thing. But what a great astronomer, and just overall, just an amazing individual with all the contributions that he's given us. So, but I digress. And but hopefully, if you're a fan of George Ellery Hale and the Yerkes Observatory and the Mount Wilson Observatory and Palomar Observatory and the American Astronomical Society and the Astrophysical Journal, all of things that he created, and not to mention also Caltech. This is somebody that deserves a good birthday celebration. It'll be his 153rd. So.
Cool. All right. Yes, I should be able to be back next week. So.
Cool. Thanks, Molly. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Scott, just FYI, when you, I don't know if everyone else is getting this, but when you're sharing the chat screen right now, it's flickering.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Okay. You're seeing the same thing then? Okay.
I don't see it on the broadcast side, but when I look at, I watch it as it broadcasts. It's
like now it's
stopped.
stable.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it stopped. Yeah, and then I see it. Maybe it's when you're not talking or when nobody's talking. Let's see.
I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as there's no audio.
As soon as there's no audio, it starts flashing, huh?
Yeah. And if we keep on talking, it stabilizes, it looks like. That's interesting.
Yeah, I do notice this. Speech stops it. I've been stopped by speech before. And I think I've flickered before too.
Oh, I like Cesar's rig that he's setting up on the balcony there.
Oh yeah.
I hit on an IXS 200.
100. Yeah.
Or 100, sorry, 100.
Right.
Yeah.
So Libby, your presentation is going to be about Lynds Dark Nebula, right?
Yes.
I'm curious as to, what was your path to kind of being interested in Lynds Dark Nebula?
Well, I'm still following the list I made a long time ago.
Yeah.
I remember when I first started, the night that I got back home,
Yeah.
the first thing I did was I got a piece of paper on my desk and I made a year-long list of subjects to talk about as I went through each talk. And so I'm following the list, and I remember I made it back then, and I just decided to add a lot of nebulas all on the list because I'm very interested in nebulas. They're one of the couple things that got me very interested in the space because they just looked very pretty. And I also like to do a lot of art. So when I look at nebulas, they just look like a random piece of art in the middle of all of the galaxy.
That's
Yes.
awesome, Molly. I used to love Nebula. I still love Nebula, but I started the same as you. I always was looking for nebulae. It was really always so fun to see them because they're so much
So
different
beautiful.
structure, right? Different
Yeah.
colors and like flowers or yeah.
They just look really pretty. And I feel like that's one of the things that got me interested in space because I really love the Orion Nebula. And then you just look at every single other nebula, and they're all just so pretty and they're gorgeous, and they all have these distinct features that make them pretty because some of them have like really sharp lines, and then the rest of them are just a bunch of random stardust in the middle of the universe that we live in.
Yeah, there's so many different types of structures, and it's so fun to explore them and really look at them and see all the different features. Yeah, it's like a sunset or clouds. Clouds. Watching clouds. It's
That's how it is.
especially when the sunsets are reflecting. You see Orion nebulas in the sky.
Where I live, the sunsets are really pretty. Like I have an airport right by my house, so planes fly over like every 5 minutes, and there's all these stunt planes and everything, and it's really pretty outside during sunset, and there's like a big pretty sunset, and my house faces the west, so we get to see the sunset a lot, and all these planes are flying everywhere, so
Yeah, that'll be. Sometimes if it's cloudy, you can see the lights, right, from the airplanes go through the clouds. That's really neat. When the plane is landing. Have you ever seen that,
yeah, I've
Libby?
seen that a couple times. I've seen one time I was looking at the moon through my telescope, and it was really late at night, and I was outside, and I live a mile away from the airport almost. It's that close, and I was looking at the moon, and then a stunt plane just flies like zips right over it, and I was like, only if it was slow enough.
Okay. Well, I think the audience kind of helped me figure out what was making my 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 widget flicker like that. So that was kind of weird, but I think it was in fact that my mouse was over the dialog box or something. So when I pulled it away, it seemed to help. So thanks for bearing with us. Up next is Libby and the Stars, and Libby has given. Do you know how many it's been now, Libby?
I remember when I first started, I joined at the 8th Global Star Party. I've tried to keep that on track. So this would be my 43rd.
43rd talks. Okay. So she starts out, you're only 10 at the time, you're 11 now. So she's grown up. She's actually taller than she was when she first started, but you've gotten really polished and smooth and comfortable with the audience. That's great. And I think that you have really learned how to dig out a lot of information in your presentations, and your presentations also, your PowerPoints look very, very nice. So Libby, thanks very much for all the work you've given, and I look forward to having you on as many times as you want to be on. But
I hope to carry this on till death.
Till death. Well, let's not go that far yet. Okay. So,
Yeah,
all right.
I'm only 11.
I'm certainly going to keel over before you do. So
Yeah, I always thought I was never the person that liked to do like public speaking and stuff, but I
Yeah.
really enjoy doing the star parties because it's a topic that I like speaking about. I like speaking about astronomy, and I'm very much for girls getting into space and kids getting
Yeah.
into space because there's not a lot of resources out there, and I know that my talks are definitely helping people out there. So I have a presentation to share that I made, so I'm going to go ahead and share that.
okay.
And today I'm presenting about Lynds Dark Nebula. And I also decided, since the theme of this star party is about the Milky Way, that I write a poem at the end of this about the Milky Way, because I remember I did once a long time ago. I wrote a poem about, I think it was a solar system, or Jupiter and Saturn, maybe. It was something in between. And I remember I presented it, and a lot of people liked it. So I posted it on my Facebook page and everything, and I gave that out. And I thought that I was like, since I did poetry last time, I'd do it this time. It's just a short little thing because it is pretty fun to do. And I used to really like doing poetry when I was really little. So I still like to enjoy it every once in a while now. So Lynds Dark Nebula, there's not a lot of photos out there of Lynds Dark Nebula. I tried to look, but this is the best quality I could find for this page. So Lynds Dark Nebula is just a nebula located on the plane of our Milky Way. I thought this was a great topic to talk about because a lot of the talks today are about the Milky Way and our home, the Milky Way galaxy. And so I just thought it was a great presentation to talk about. This nebula is actually a dark nebula, as you can tell by the name of it. It is close to the Cepheus flare region. So if you look where the Milky Way is, I know I did a talk on the constellation Cepheus a while ago, and I was talking about how Cepheus is on the plane of the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is kind of stretching it across the sky. And you can barely see it from my house because it's obviously the light pollution, and I live in a very light polluted area, but you can still kind of see a trail of kind of stars just all in the plane. And so it is a little bit on top of the just a little bit north of the Milky Way, the plane, and it's just a little bit up there. And so the cloud contains enough, I like to call it stardust material, to completely block any possible light. So if you could see in the photo a little bit, you can't see much stars behind the nebula, and that is why it is a dark nebula. Because most nebulas that you look at have all these colors and everything, and you can even see the stars behind them a little bit and everything because they're not too thick. But the dark nebulas, you can't see a lot of stars behind them, and that is why it is a dark nebula. So where to look for Lynds Dark Nebula? So as again I'm saying, it is on the plane of the Milky Way, and so the best time to look at the Milky Way is the Milky Way season, obviously. It will be the brightest during the Milky Way season. And if you didn't know, the Milky Way season is between February and October, so kind of in the summer a little bit. So right now is a great time for anybody to go view the Milky Way Nebula because it is in the Milky Way season. And I have yet to go do that. I think I might take a trip up to Mount Magazine soon this summer. And I'm actually going back to space camp again this year. So
it's great.
I'm very excited for that. I enjoyed it a lot last year, and I'll be able to enjoy it a lot this year too. And I had lots of fun. I'm still communicating with the people who I made friends with. And so I finally am getting to my Milky Way poem. And so I decided to make this poem because obviously our Milky Way, the Milky Way is my favorite galaxy just because we live in it. And I think that's kind of cool because Obviously we live in it, and that's why it's my favorite, just because we live in it. I mean, out of my whole neighborhood, my house is a favorite because I live in it. So so I'm gonna go ahead and start the poem. The Milky Way is our home. Our spaceships will roam. The galaxy we live in that we love so much. I love to keep looking above at it. This galaxy brings me joy, all the things in our galaxy. The Milky Way is truly amazing that we should celebrate every day.
Very nice, Libby.
Thank you.
Nice.
Very nice. That's great.
I used to make a bunch of poems when I was little, and I still really enjoy making the poems. And I think that poems are a great way to explain astronomy. I have a huge collection of astronomy books I keep in my bedroom. And anytime my friends come over, David Levy sent me 2 of his books, and he signed them. And I'll be like, look, guys, the famous comet discoverer, David Levy, signed my book for me. And I know I have David Eicher's book too, and I collect a bunch of them. I know I still have a bunch of the books that inspired me about wanting to be into space. And I remember one thing that really got me into space is this one book about all these girls who went into space or either helped in space, and it was all these girls, and it was a life story on each page, and it was really cool for me, and that got me really interested in space. And I keep that collection of books to me, and I told my dad, I'm like, if there was ever going to be a storm coming to our house, that is one of the #1 things I would save. My telescopes, my books, and some more sentimental values. But those first. Because I just think of it so cool. I mean, I started doing all this over coronavirus, which is really hard for me because it's kind of hard to do outreach and stuff. But, I still manage. And I know I have still communicated with my friends from Space Camp. And I know soon, hopefully, I'll be able to host a co-party. And I think I might be able to have one of the girls on who was with me at Space Camp. And it was just very inspiring for me to go to Space Camp, and I saw kids my age who were there were even kids who were into writing too. I remember I had one girl who was with me. I had 2 girls with me. I didn't really know them until I got there. They were just in my little cabin with me at Space Camp, and one was very into geographic stuff and rocks. And I know my friend Gracie, who was with me at Space Camp, was very into the Milky Way and stuff. And she was also into nebulas like me. And so I think the Milky Way is very important to all of us. And they even have adult Space Camp too, and everything like that. And I feel like the Milky Way is very important to us because obviously it is our home. But again, it is something for us to research and see how even all of our solar system was created, and how every single delicate solar system in this whole entire galaxy was even created, and to look back at science. Because I know right now NASA has been looking at Mars, and they're looking for water to see if there was ever, life that was on Mars, and that if there was anything that ever lived there. And I know in like a long time, people are going to be looking back at the future. People will be looking at Earth, and they'll be like, everybody will living on Jupiter. And then we'll be looking at Earth like, we got to find water.
Right.
And looking back at our past generation, like we were the dinosaurs. And they'll be like, they used to look on these things called phones and computers and communicate over Zoom.
And all the technology we have today.
Yeah.
Libby, I started looking for Lynds Dark Nebula, and that was cataloged by a woman astronomer. Her name is Beverly T. Lynds, and she's a professional astronomer. She was born in 1929. I believe that she's still living, And so, which is great. It would put her, I guess, in her 90s at this point, so or close to it. And I'm going to write to her and tell her about your presentation. And I noticed that she, back in August 16th, 1963, that she wrote a short story called The Littlest Astronomer. And so I'm going to send you the link to that, Libby, and hopefully you enjoy that.
Yeah, I feel like literature and all that stuff. I feel like when you're writing books and everything, it helps share a lot of astronomy, because I know a long time ago we were talking about accessibility, because some people aren't able to see and some people have a hard time looking through a telescope. I know my mom, weirdly, it's like hard for her to look in the telescope because of her eye and she can't figure it out. And so she can still look in the telescope, but like she can see it very faintly. So I see visual astronomy as an extension of, you know, just basically sharing the ideas of astronomy, because I feel like you can still share the idea of astronomy through just hearing it. If you just read books and you look at things and you hear stories from other people, and that's why outreach is important. Because I remember I saw you 3 years before I ever gone into space, and now I'm into space. And I remember it was Buzz Aldrin's birthday, and
I remember this now. Yes,
Scott was telling me to go home and write a card. And so I went home and I started writing the card at my desk, and I was like, and so I was like, okay, this is cute. And so I drew a little astronaut by rocket ship on the moon, and I said happy birthday. And so things with it with my family back then, we just forgot to mail everything. And so it ended up 2 weeks later me being like, oh wow, I should have sent that.
Well, it's never too late, Libby. So if you want to take a photograph of it, send it to me. I'll make sure that Buzz gets it.
Yeah, I'll make sure to make a birthday card this year. I don't know where that one went.
Yeah.
I think it may have gotten lost, but I don't want to turn the house upside down. I'll probably create another card.
Create another one. Yeah, he'll love it. So thank you, Libby. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on.
Yep.
It's a pleasure.
As always, it's a pleasure and an honor for us. So, and I know that you get people very inspired. I think there was a nice comment here. Let's see. It's in the chat here, but basically, he's saying thank you. You know, you made an old man inspired again. So, you know, that's great, you know.
I love inspiring kids my age and even older. I mean, like,
yeah, even older kids like us.
Yeah.
It's awesome. All right. So up next here is John Briggs. John is someone that is legendary in circles of amateur astronomy, antique telescopes, instruments of all kinds. You know, I think we could go probably anywhere in the country and talk about astronomy and telescopes and just barely mention the name John Briggs, and people are going to go, oh yeah, you know, he's a fantastic guy. He helped me do this, or you know, I admire him so much. He is iconic in these circles, and you know, we're very honored to have him on Global Star Parties. He is very involved right now with the American Association of Variable Star Observers, which is awesome. So, you know, and it's great to have him apply his focus and his talents to share with us tonight. So I think, well, I solved the problem with the PowerPoint presentation. So I'm going to let you introduce it, John, and then we'll run the video.
Okay. Well, thank you, as always, Scott, for your very kind words, and thank everybody everyone for your attention. But I prepare my little talks ahead of time because often my internet link here in rural New Mexico is lousy. So if I can send the presentation to Scott and let him play it there, the chance that you get to see it is better. And have, you know, a lot of things about what Libby was talking about resonate in interesting ways with my presentation, because as you'll see, I'm going to be talking about things in my library that relate to the Milky Way, but particularly the wonderful heroic astronomer Edward E. Barnard, who studied dark nebulae. And so we're going to be talking about a fabulous atlas that Barnard did, photographic atlas, back starting the exposures in 1905. And I'll let the presentation speak for itself before I say too much now. But I love books too, and it can become an obsession. I'm afraid I've got a lot of books, and maybe someday I'll talk even more about the rest of the books I've got. But in the meantime, I'm talking about some cool books and Barnard and how he relates so much to the Milky Way. So Scott, let her rip, and thank you very much.
Okay, so here we go.
Hi, everybody. It's John Briggs speaking to you from Magdalena, New Mexico. I was happy when I heard the theme this week was the Milky Way. We sure enjoy the Milky Way from New Mexico here. We have dark skies, and we don't take them for granted. Modern photography allows such beautiful images of the Milky Way and objects in it. When I was a kid, it was actually open star clusters like these, Messier 46 and 47, that attracted my attention using my dad's binoculars. It encouraged me to learn the constellations and become familiar with the night sky back home in Massachusetts. The sky was still pretty dark where I grew up as a kid. Pictures like this have become possible nowadays. What an amazing shot by Bob Fugate, my friend in Albuquerque. He comes and visits my backyard and records things like this. These shots boggle my mind. I've shown this shot here before, but I can't resist showing it again given our theme. The summer Milky Way rising above the Magdalena Mountains by Bob Fugate. Just amazing. But given today's theme, I knew exactly what I wanted to share with you this week. At the Astronomical Lyceum, which is a facility I have right on Main Street in Magdalena, we have a lot of books as well as a lot of historic telescopes. And there are 9 books in this field of view that I wanted to share with you. Let's take a look. The particular ones I want to share with you are the light brown ones there at an angle. But also there are 4 volumes, kind of a real dark brown, a little bit to their left in the center. We'll be talking about those and a few others as well. As I bet some of you recognized, the volumes I want to focus on are Atlas of Selected Regions of the Milky Way by E. Barnard. Barnard finished his career at Yerkes Observatory in the 1920s, but he began as an amateur in Nashville and discovered comets. He went to Lick Observatory and he discovered Amalthea, the 5th satellite of Jupiter, and that gave him worldwide fame. But he spent the rest of his life at Yerkes, but then became particularly famous for his Milky Way photography, and that's what I'd like to call to your attention today. They say there were only about 600 sets of this work published. My set was originally owned by the solar astronomer John Evans, who was the founding director of the Solar Observatory at Sunspot, New Mexico, when it was begun really as an outpost of Harvard College Observatory. If you open it up, you'll see a beautiful photograph of Barnard in his later years. And then the title page, A Photographic Atlas of Selected Regions of the Milky Way by Edward Emerson Barnard, published in 1927, which was actually after his death. He struggled for years trying to make up his mind to find the best way to reproduce the glass plate photographs that he had exposed mainly around 1905. But it took him the rest of his life to decide exactly how to print them and distribute them. And the work wasn't finished till after his death by Frost, the director of Yerkes Observatory, and his niece, Mary Calvert, who is also an astronomer at Yerkes Observatory. This is what it's like in the inside. Little over 50 plates in 2-page presentations, real photographic prints on the right, and on the left, a page describing what it shows, including information like the celestial coordinates, the exact date, and the exposure time. This one is entitled Great Star Clouds in Sagittarius. Now, nowadays we can take images like this for granted, but back then in 1905 or so, these images were simply extraordinary and eye-opening to astronomers who had never yet seen wide-angle sensitive photography applied to the Milky Way. Most of the exposures are 4 hours or longer, and they were recorded with a 10-inch aperture photographic refractor, the optics of which were made by John Brashear, and it was mounted by the famous Warner and Swasey Company, a very heavy mounting. It was transported to Mount Wilson Observatory in 1905 as an expedition from Yerkes Observatory, where Barnard was based. But from the latitude of Mount Wilson and the clear high altitude skies, Barnard was able to record revolutionary images, especially of the southern summer Milky Way during his time there. This shot, as you can see, it's entitled Region in Sagittarius North of the Great Star Cloud, and it's recording the Lagoon Nebula and the Trifid there in the lower right of the image. Of course, these are just snapshots with my cell phone camera of my actual volume. It's really fun to see the real plates and examine them closely, but at least these snapshots give you some idea. It says here the exposure time was 4 hours and 0 minutes, July 26th, 1905. Here's one of the North American nebula, and let's see, it says the exposure was 4 hours and 20 minutes. This gives you a sense of the image scale of Barnard's setup. The glass plates that he used were on the order of 10 inches square. Here's what the astrograph looked like. At least the mounting still survives at Yerkes Observatory, and there are plans to refurbish it one of these days. This is the observatory dome at Yerkes. When it was moved for the expedition to Mount Wilson in 1905, Barnard had it set up in a roll-off roof. It was the dark clouds that were especially perplexing to astronomers, including Barnard himself, trying to interpret these dark features in the Milky Way. These are particularly striking ones, aren't they? Kind of like a big V shape across the field of view. Well, these are in the region of Rho Ophiuchus, as I'm sure many people will recognize. Here's a slightly wider angle exposure of the same features recorded from my own backyard by my friend Robert Fugate. And of course, Bob has the advantage of an electronic detector and camera and filters able to record all colors. Barnard's astrograph was sensitive overwhelmingly just to the blue light. But it's interesting to compare what one can do now to what was so revolutionary for Barnard in 1905. Here's another exposure by Barnard. This is a 4-hour and 30-minute long one. It's centered on that same region of nebulosity, including the star Antares and the globular Messier 4. Barnard's shot doesn't record the orange light very well, again, because his glass plate was sensitive mainly only to blue. Maybe people are not so aware of the second volume in the 2-part publication, because it just includes hand-drawn charts and tables, but it's real interesting to use with the actual pictures to interpret them. And that's where, picture by picture, Barnard and his colleagues at Yerkes Observatory identified everything of interest, including a new catalog of dark objects. Barnard and his colleagues were especially interested in the strange dark voids in the Milky Way. It was hard to say for sure whether they represented simply an absence of stars or dark obscuring matter. Of course, it was eventually recognized that they're dark obscuring matter, but it was hard to decide without additional information, which of course eventually came. I have other things in the collection at the Astronomical Lyceum related to Barnard, and I'm very proud and grateful to have them. Let me share you. Now, these volumes are not related to astronomy, except on the basis of who once owned them. If you open up each one of those little volumes, they're signed like this: E. Barnard, Vanderbilt University, this one, September 1884. Because you see, Barnard grew up in poverty in Nashville. But as a special student, he eventually attended Vanderbilt. These were among his school books. When Barnard died, he donated, well, his family donated his various books either to the Yerkes Library or to the Williams Bay Public Library right there in the little village near Yerkes Observatory. But with the passage of decades, people forgot how there were personal Barnard items right in the stacks at tiny Williams Bay Library. That was the Barrett Memorial Library. But there came to be a sidewalk book sale of library discards going back about 15 or nearly 20 years ago. I didn't know about Barnard's books down in the public library. And in fact, I was off at Apache Point Observatory in New Mexico. I was still working for Yerkes at the time. But a friend of mine, Richard Dreiser, the public information officer at Yerkes, called me up at Apache Point. He said, "Hey, John, I was out at the sidewalk book sale. I found a stack of old books that were interesting on the sidewalk, and I picked them up. And many of them were autographed by Barnard. I bought them all for about 25 cents a piece. You want them?" And I relayed back to Richard Dreiser, "Oh, by all means, please." So thanks to Richard Dreiser, I got these Barnard books discarded by the little local library. Nobody had been interested in them in a long time. Too many people had forgotten who Barnard was. Sorry that this picture's blurry, but what were to me the four most interesting, the four most deeply moving are shown here. You can tell at least they are kind of tattered. And in fact, it was a 4-volume Bible. The cover of each one was embossed like this. And you've got to keep in mind that we're talking about this fellow, E.E. Barnard, who was discoverer of the first moon of Jupiter since Galileo had discovered the first 4. I mean, Barnard was a really heroic early American astronomer. Well, Richard Dreiser got all 4 volumes of his Bible too, there off the sidewalk in the village of Williams Bay. Inside the cover of volume 1, it says, from Fanny D. and Austin Nelson, 1897. So clearly, Fanny and Austin Nelson had given Barnard this 4-volume Bible. But of course, I wondered, who were they? Well, very fortunately, William Sheehan had recently published a biography of Barnard, and I owned it. I went running to it, and I looked up Fanny and Austin Nelson, and it turned out they were both recorded in there. Fanny Nelson was Barnard's Sunday school teacher, and Austin Nelson was the treasurer of the city of Nashville. Fanny must have thought pretty highly of E.E. Barnard, presenting him with this beautiful Bible. And inside the cover of each one, she wrote out what she considered some especially appropriate transcriptions from the scriptures inside with the references. We don't have time for me to read them, but man, how touching. What an artifact to have saved related to Barnard's life. And another volume, this transcription, maybe I can read it. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we through patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope. And then the reference. Well, already I fear I've gone way over time, and I apologize. But if you want to learn more about Barnard's Atlas of the Milky Way, please note that it has been beautifully scanned by Georgia Tech, and there's a website. You can Google it and find this website and look at every image beautifully reproduced and enjoy it. And Barnard's a great guy to learn more about. He was a heroic figure in American astronomy. And I apologize again for going over time, but thank you so much, as always, for your interest and attention. That's it. But thank you.
That's it, huh?
There's always a silly mistake. For all the nice things you said about me, all I'm ever thinking about are my many silly mistakes. as I was talking about the signature by the Nelsons, it was dated 1879, even though as I read it and recorded it for you all, I said 1897. So
well, you know.
that's dyslexia or aging or who knows what. But what does date to more like 1879, more like shortly after when Barnard, as a young man or a teenager or something, was in Sunday school. So any questions about that? We go on to the next people, of course.
Yeah, I think that people were more or less blown away by the books and the, your knowledge of Barnard. I learned more about Barnard from visiting Yerkes Observatory, and he did a lot of work with the 40-inch refractor. I'm not sure, where was the I couldn't hear the audio myself, but the telescope, the camera, that telescope, where did that reside? Was that also at Yerkes or?
Yes, yes. The astrograph was called the Bruce astrograph.
Oh, okay, I've heard of that.
It's named for Catherine Bruce, who provided the funding for it. But it's a little confusing because Miss Bruce actually funded several astrographs around the world. So the one that went to Edward Barnard was only one of them. And the mounting continues to be at Yerkes Observatory, although the most of the original optics are scattered elsewhere. The 10-inch lens that took the main images actually is in Greece right now. But there's a 6 1/4-inch lens that was piggyback, where there were multiple telescopes on one mounting. And fortunately, the smaller lens survives there at Yerkes, and there's interest in the new Yerkes management to resurrect this instrument simply because it's cool, and because I think a lot of people would like to get their hands on this instrument and experience it, given its rich history.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful looking instrument overall. I'd love to see it in person, so maybe it'll happen one day.
Yep.
All right. Well, John, thank you again for a very, very interesting presentation. And honestly, I can't wait for the next one. I think it's, I look forward. You have so many stories to tell, and you tell it so well.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So up next, we go out to Nepal to Deepti Gautam. Deepti has been also telling us poems in the last few global star parties, which has been great. I think she will not disappoint on this one either, but Deepti's presentation, of course, is what this particular global star party is all about, and that's the Milky Way. So Deepti, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Am I audible?
Yep.
Okay. So hello everyone, and I'm from Nepal, and today I'm talking about the Milky Way. And we are familiar about the Milky Way. We all are familiar all over the Milky Way. So that's the Milky Way is the galaxy that includes our solar systems, with the name describing the galaxy appearance from the Earth, and has a band of light seen in the night sky from the stars that cannot be individually distinguished by the naked eyes, as we have discussed earlier. And the Milky Way is a barred spiral galaxy with an estimated visible diameter of 1 lakh to 2 lakh light years, and recent simulation shows that dark matter disks and also containing some visible star may extend up to a diameter of almost 2 million light years. And the Milky Way has several satellite galaxies and is part of the local group of galaxy, and which form part of the Virgo supercluster, which is itself a component of superclusters. And the Milky Way is visible from Earth as it has a band of white lights and some 30-degree wide are arching the night sky. And in night sky, observing all the individuals naked eyes star in the entire sky are part of the Milky Way galaxy. And the term Milky Way is limited to the band of light, and the light originates from the accumulation of unresolved star and their materials located in the direction of the galactic plane. And the Milky Way contains 100 to 400 billion stars and at least that many planets. And exact figure will depend on counting the number of very low mass stars which are difficult to detect, especially at distance of more than 300 light years from the sun. is a comparison the neighboring Andromeda galaxy containing an estimated 1 trillion star, and the Milky Way may contain 10 billion white dwarfs, a billion neutron stars, and 100 million stellar black holes. And filling the space between the star is the disk of gas and dust that's called the interstellar medium, and the disk has at least a comparable extent in radius to the star, and whereas the thickness of the gas layer ranges from the hundred of light years for the colder gas to thousands of light years to warmer gas. Um, and here's some fact about this Milky Way, that it is wrapped and it has a hollow, but we cannot see it directly. And it has over 2 billion stars, and it is really dusty and grassy. And it was made from the other galaxies, and there is a black hole at the center of the Milky Way, and it is almost as old is the universe itself. And this all I have collected about the Milky Way. And here's my poem about the galaxy written by the Twinkle Saha. That's with the sun and the moon and planet 9 and the star spread like the pixel, where asteroid and come together and matter sign, it's our beautiful Milky Way galaxy. It is the perfect view for all, with stars that twinkling in the dark, with many asteroids big and small, and matter shining like a bright spark. There's something unique about it. It's the marvel of God creations. It's the dance of heaven on nature's bed, and a reliever of frustration. But due to us, this picture is quite seen will be full of dots someday, so let's preserve nature as it has been, and it's the days of kidney repair. And here's another, that's cosmic pleasures. Her finger dance across the Milky Way, tracing spider galaxy of pleasures. The serpentine energy collide ever tighter within her core until it could contract no more, suddenly exploding outward as her body convulsed. 1,000 suns flowered and faded in her head as a neutron and proton escape her parted lips in a wordless cry. Time stops. Her body was the universe, sparkling with subsidious erotic energy and the blissful earth math of creation. That's all for today. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to have to get that in writing to share with the audience. That's very nice, Deepti. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, what inspires you to write this kind of poetry, Deepti?
I used to write. I used to write it since I was Silas, and I've already mentioned that I love to write literature, something story. And recently, I have written one story in my own language, not about the astronomy, but like about the life, what the hardship of the life, and like reciting that the one boy is feeling like he has a lots of problem in the world, and he's a man who he have to face all of the problems. And I have seen the story like he's talking to the butterfly, and butterfly explaining that you have the 90 to 100 years of life, and we have only the 1 month of life, and we enjoy its hours. And with facing a lot of difficulties, but though we laugh, we enjoy our every moment. So you can do like that. So like that, I have written this story. So I love to write, and when I'm free, I used to write. And in night, especially in night, I sit in my balcony and outside and create the poems, and just being deeply inside about it. And that's all.
Well, we're all very thankful that you share that with us, Deepti. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, next, I am going to turn this over to Chuck Allen. Chuck will introduce Conal Richards, who's been on our program once before.
Thank you, Scott. And listening to Deepti, I have to say, Scott, thank you for tying the whole world together for astronomers as you have with these global star parties. It's just an incredible thing.
It's fun. It is.
Yeah.
It's I think in some ways it's a selfish thing for me because I am just beside myself sometimes with all the wonderful things that are being shared by these presenters and astronomers of all different ages, from all different backgrounds, from all over the world, as well as the audience. That whole mixture is just. I would do this every night if I could.
You just about do. One of the problems that we've all faced in astronomy organizations, certainly in North America and probably elsewhere in the world, is somewhat of an aging problem. A lot of the amateur astronomers today are people who grew up in the space age, the atomic age, the space race, and in times when in suburban areas you could see the sky before light pollution took over. So we have to work extra hard now to bring young people into the hobby and into the profession as well. And Conal Richards is a young man who came to us wanting to join the Astronomical League with a club he formed at Abington Heights High School in Clark Summit, Pennsylvania, near Scranton. He is a National Honor Society member and honor student who just graduated from Abington Heights High School, and he's been president of the Abington Heights High School Astronomy Club for the last 2 years, and has joined the Astronomical League as a high school society, which is just fantastic. And he's brought a lot of astronomy learning to those students and through them to the public in the area. Conal has created a website with observing guides, with links to books and other learning sites. He's created social media accounts for special events like the Perseverance landing, the Comet Neowise apparition, the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction last Christmas, the dimming of Betelgeuse, and so forth. And he created a Mars Week event for the public as well. Wrote an article for the Reflector, a major 2-page article that was just excellent. And he's now working with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, helping them to develop youth in astronomy there, as well as in the United States. He'll be going to Penn State, majoring, I think, in aerospace engineering this fall. And he just won the League's Horkheimer-Smith Youth Service Award and a $1,700 prize that goes with that. So we're really, really pleased to have him helping us, and I'll turn it over to Conal.
Well, thank you very much, Chuck, for a wonderful introduction, and thank you, Scott, as well, for inviting me to share your platform and meet so many wonderful people tonight. So I suppose I'll get right into things. I'll grab my presentation here and screen share. Please let me know if you can see that all right.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm loading it up. And my Zoom box. All right, all good here?
There you go. All good.
Okay. Just a second. I have the Zoom bar down at the bottom with everybody's faces.
Yeah.
These are the things we experiment with. All right, now, here we go. So good evening, everyone. My name is Conal Richards. As Chuck pointed out, I just graduated high school from Abington Heights, and I've been an observer for a number of years, an enthusiastic amateur astronomer. I've had a passion for the subject for a long time, and as Chuck also pointed out, it's very important that we share this with people and help bring the next generation into amateur astronomy. So, of course, astronomy has been something practiced in the world for thousands of years. We've been looking up at the sky and watching the planets and watching the constellations. Earlier this evening, we heard many stories about the Milky Way and the mythology that comes with it, and some of the mythology that comes with Mars and Jupiter, and all of the things we've been observing in the night sky. And of course, the night sky is something shared by all of us. It's right over our heads every night. And it's something I think is very important for all of us to look at least once in a while and appreciate for what it is. Oops. So starting off with my background in astronomy, I received my first telescope when I was 13 years old in 2016. And I remember it felt like such an adventure going out into the yard at night and pushing myself to find the most challenging targets I could, the smaller craters on the moon and the smaller features on the planets and the dimmer clusters and galaxies, whatever I could push myself to find. I remember there was one summer night in 2016, and I was really enthusiastic about finding M13, M57, and Albireo because I'd read about them in so many astronomy books. And it seemed like a lot of fun to check those out because they represented different objects you could see in the night sky. They were colorful, they were large, they were exciting. And it felt like a challenge then to find something like that, even though they were brighter compared to some of the things I can observe with the 6-inch now. It was a 6-inch Newtonian you see there. But it was so rewarding once I did find those on that summer night. And I knew I was hooked from then and from when I saw the moon and Jupiter for the first time as well. And with that realization that I was so thrilled by the night sky and everything in it, I knew I had to share it with everybody else. So as I was developing my interest in astronomy, you can see me there. That was the 2017 eclipse, the Great American Eclipse. So I have a solar filter there, and I got some great pictures of the sun. And especially when the moon came over and we were in totality, you could see prominences on the side and the wispy corona extending far away from the sun, many times its diameter. I got some wonderful pictures of that, and I was thrilled to share them with people, to show them a little bit of what my perspective of the universe was like and what they could see with their own eyes. So coming now about the past year or two, I founded my own astronomy club at Abington Heights. I really wanted to share it with people. I created concept demonstrations and I shared some of my photography. I told stories of my observing. And I found a great message of hope for what Chuck meant by the sort of graying of astronomy, is that people are thrilled by this. They want to know what's in the night sky. They're very curious about it. And all they need are the resources to learn about it and the instruments to observe it for themselves. So to encourage people to do that, I spoke on your platform, Scott, just a few months ago in April at the Astronomical League Live, their 5th event. And then I also wrote in the Astronomical League's Reflector magazine, an article called Reaching Out to the Future. And that detailed many of my efforts with the Abington Heights High School Astronomy Club and some of my observing. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you the story behind that. It was a really fun and rewarding one when I was founding this club. So down at the bottom is a picture. That was one of our recent meetings. Of course, this year, clearly indicated by all the masks. So I'm off to the left there, and I have some of our members off to the right. So I founded the club in 2019. Once I had the idea, I could think, why didn't this occur to me before? I had this passion. I want to share it with everybody. And I started off at the beginning of my junior year and got a good 2 years out of it. In spite of the challenges we faced with COVID and virtual learning, we were happy to provide outreach materials and information and resources for observing the night sky to our members through a website we created and some social media as well. I'll show you a little bit of that later. And just recently, since January, I've been talking to Chuck Allen. I had the good fortune of meeting him through the Astronomical League's Lunar Observing Program. And he's been helping me register our club as an Astronomical League member society. And that actually makes us one of only 2 Astronomical League junior societies in the United States. These societies being astronomy clubs composed mainly of young people, whether it's at a library or a community center, or of course, in this case, a school, who focuses on observing and astronomy education. Now, keeping with our theme tonight of photography and the Milky Way, I found astrophotography was really powerful for sharing my passion for the subject of astronomy with my fellow classmates and my club members. So I shared these through an Instagram account I created. I found that we had to go where teenagers and young people were looking. So of course, they're all online, they're all on social media. And rather than try to chase them down otherwise, I put the information I wanted to share with them right where they were looking. So we found some great success with our Abington Heights page right here. That's our Instagram page. And every once in a while, every week or two, I post something new. So we talked about Yuri Gagarin's first flight there. That was on that anniversary. For St. Patrick's Day, I talked about Lord Ross's telescope in Birr Castle in rural Ireland. And I also talked about the I Heart Pluto Festival That was, I think, the second one they did at Lowell Observatory, recognizing the anniversary of that object's discovery. So I'd write a little blurb, as you can see here. I'd have a couple of pictures, and I'd talk about, for example, M51 here, the Whirlpool Galaxy, very high up in the spring sky, a personal favorite of mine to observe. So I had some sketches also that you can't see here, that Lord Ross created, and some pictures of the telescope. And with each of these posts, I was able to communicate some part of astronomical history, or some part of physics, or some part of celestial mechanics. And it was a really fun way to share the information with people and get them learning. Now on the right here, you can see a picture of my page, of my website. As you could see it from a phone, this was our club website. And we had a couple of different things. So this is the Astronomical League page you're looking at. And I described what we do as a member society and what the league does in their work. But I also had another page called Resources on there, where I talked about different magazines and different books and different online websites that I used a lot. So for example, I wrote about Night Watch and Backyard Astronomer's Guide as some great books. Turn Left at Orion was another popular one I like to share with people. And as I was developing this website, as the COVID pandemic was progressing, we were coming up to a very favorable opposition of Mars. I'm sure many of you remember it in October. And I wanted to think, how can I capitalize on this and use it to share Mars with people? Because it's been a subject of great interest with spaceflight there and rovers landing there from the US and China recently. So I created an event called Mars Week, and I created a series of 2-minute videos every day for a week, talking about some aspect of exploring Mars. So we looked at the geology, the climate, the history of its exploration. I went from Percival Lowell and the canals and Schiaparelli, all the way up to our modern understanding of the planet now, with finding water on it and finding layered rock and everything like that. So people really responded well to that. It was fun to create some videos and post them online, along with our social media and along with our website. Now, of course, they were 2-minute videos, and then you see these posts are short as well. So I found short form media like this worked really well for reaching out to a younger generation and getting them involved in astronomy. Now, my favorite part was the astrophotography, something I just started on my own. It was March, we were just out of school, and I was looking for something fun to do. So the one night I took my mother's DSLR camera out, and I put it on a tripod, and I thought, let's just see what happens when I do the longest exposure. I remember it was 30 seconds. I was pointed straight at Orion and Canis Major. And I had no way of preparing myself for what I saw when I looked in the viewfinder, or the image after I took it, rather. It was this beautiful scape of stars. And of course, it was only my first, but that was another passion that hooked me, just like that one summer night in 2016, looking at some of the highlights of the summer sky. So I got involved later on throughout 2020 and most of this year as well. I've been taking pictures at every chance I could to share online and to share in my club meetings. So this was Mercury on November 11th last year, transiting the sun, or maybe it was 2 years ago. Comet Neowise famously crossing our skies. That was an evening apparition of it. Later in its passage, I got some morning ones as well that people really were thrilled with. A lucky shot of a meteor, some star trails from a local state park, the Christmas conjunction, which I shared, the moon, and then perhaps most excitingly, our recent partial solar eclipse that some of us got to see. I woke up early and found the nearest eastern horizon I could, and got that by fastening a solar filter roughly to my camera, and was able to show the moon kind of crossing in front of the sun, even though it wasn't total. It was really exciting to share that with people and express to them some of the things that I was seeing and that they could see for themselves. I think that was a great draw for bringing people out and getting them involved in observing, as many of us think of it. So keeping with the theme of the Milky Way, these were some I got last summer, some images. And I told people that what they would see might look a lot like this if they went out to a rural and dark sky site to observe for themselves. And I said that knowing that, you know, once I did that and once I went out, I was hooked on observing in astronomy, and they would be very passionate about it too. I'm sure they would love it. So famously, we have the coat hanger cluster here, Deneb here. So we're looking straight into Cygnus, the Great Rift along here, which we talked about Barnard earlier. He was quite interested in that region of the sky. And then some other pictures from last summer that I found really interested people and got them getting outside and observing for themselves were some parts of the Milky Way. This is lower on the southern horizon from where I live, 41 degrees north roughly. So this is looking into Sagittarius. In the image on the left, you can see Jupiter off there. The Teapot asterism, there's the Lagoon Nebula, the Trifid just above. And I think that's the Sagittarius star cloud, if I'm remembering my geography correctly. And then I got a nice shot framed by the trees. And once again, I was able to tell people, all you have to do is go outside and see these things for themselves, for yourself, and you'll be thrilled with it. So that was my main way of sharing my passion. So to wrap things up and give things a bottom line, when you're focusing on teen-centered outreach and you're trying to bring young people into the hobby, it's absolutely critical that you use social media and websites. I made some YouTube videos myself with the Mars Week program. A lot of these short form media and images and photography, all of these things go right into teenagers' hands. You know, we talk about them almost jokingly, always being on their phones, but it's right where they are. And it's a great way to access their interest and pique their curiosity through it's a picture of an eclipse or a story of one night you went out observing or a video about exploring Mars. They're all great methods for accessing young people and capturing their interest. And I even had a couple friends tell me, you know, they were tuning in tonight. So
that's great.
Wonderful to be able to reach out through so many methods. And I appreciate the opportunity to do so again. So thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you, Conal. It's awesome. It's awesome. You're doing a great job, and you're doing exactly what John Dobson said to do, and that is to go to where the people are, you know? And you know, for years and years, I had, you know, worked with various groups and people who said, we don't want to, we don't want to present astronomy in this environment. We want to take them way out to where it's dark and then they can really experience some stuff. But John Dobson, of course, said, no, you got to go to where the people are. And so he would go on the street corner in Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco with big Newtonian, Dobsonian telescopes that he had made. And, and so it was just that simple philosophy, and when it comes to kids, of course, where they're going to be? They're going to be online. They're going to be, on social media, as you say, and, and they want it in bite-sized chunks. Their world, I've noticed, as many of us have, that the amount of information, how quickly it comes in, is much faster than when when we were your age, Conal. I mean, you could watch a movie with these extra, super long scenes with this very long, several minutes long takes in movies, and you could sit down and you could listen to lectures for a very long time. And I'm not knocking, the attention span of America, of youth today, but it's simply the amount of information that you've got to digest. We didn't have that, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Now we do, and it's a fire hose of information. So necessarily you got to get it compact, short, and because there's so much to dive into, and I think that you got the right formula, Conal. So excellent, and I think you're doing great work, and I'm glad that that you were brought to the Global Star Party through the path that I think it was it you, Chuck, that brought him on first?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Thank
you very much, Conal. That's great.
Thank you very much.
This is John Briggs speaking. Congratulations on such an articulate and excellent presentation. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That means a lot.
Right. Okay. Okay. So up next is Chuck Allen. Okay.
Again.
But it's great. Chuck's programs have, I mean, he's taken us all into the vast reaches of the universe, the biggest, the tallest, the most amazing. And this presentation, I think, will not disappoint. So.
Well, this will be short and sweet, and I'm only going to take you 1 billion light years out this time.
1 billion, okay.
Yeah, just
All
a
right.
billion. So let's share screen, and we'll go up here. Okay, constellation Virgo. I'm going to invite your attention over here right to the border between Virgo and Serpens. And right here we have an object of extreme interest. Lies very close to M5, a globular cluster in Serpens. And this object is a galaxy, and it's a moderate challenge in moderate telescopes like 12-inch telescopes. It makes a very interesting photographic target. I'm going to show you a 30-minute field of view to give you an idea of just how big it is, and it's not very. In fact, it's quite small and not very bright at all. We'll talk about that in a minute. And I'm going to ask you to note these 3 stars here. Actually, there are 4 of them in a row. They're all 13th magnitude. This one's about 14. So that'll give you some reference to how faint the galaxy actually is that we're going to be talking about. This galaxy, when we blow it up, we find it's surrounded by other galaxies. In fact, it is in the middle. This major galaxy is in the middle of a cluster called Able 2029, and it's an 8 million light year wide cluster of hundreds of galaxies. It's one of the densest galaxy clusters known to exist. And the major galaxy here picked up the original designation as A2029-BCG, which meant it was in the Able 2029 cluster and was the brightest cluster galaxy. And wow, was it ever. In fact, this galaxy represents a source of 26% of the light coming out of this massive cluster.
Wow.
That's how intense it is. Now, the behavior of this cluster is really critical. If we were to assume, based on how much light we are receiving from this cluster of galaxies, what its mass should be, we find that it's not nearly bright enough. It's much more massive than the light is letting us note. It should be 4 times brighter. So we know that this cluster is a major repository of dark matter because of the nature of the movement of these cluster galaxies. They're not flying off, they're being held together, and it doesn't seem, based on the light we're receiving from it, that that should be the case. So this is a major cluster in terms of interest in dark matter. Now, looking at the galaxy itself that we're talking about here, it's called IC 1101. It was discovered by none other than William Herschel 231 years ago. It was not cataloged, however, until John Dreyer came along and added it to a supplement to the new general catalog called the Index Catalog, or IC Catalog. Its structure was in debate for a while. Some thought it was lenticular in nature, and I'll show you a lenticular galaxy. These are galaxies that have basically lost their spiral arm structure and are flattening out somewhat like a plate. Here it would be NGC 524, showing you a face-on view of a lenticular, and here is maybe more of an edge-on view of NGC 5010, which is also lenticular. However, lenticulars don't tend to ever get much larger than about 120 million light years in diameter, sort of Milky Way size. And this galaxy that we're talking about tonight is a lot bigger than that. So it's believed to be, in fact, elliptical, like M87 seen here. An elliptical galaxy is shaped a lot like a rugby ball. They can be more spherical than this, but this particular galaxy that we're talking about tonight is believed to have this shape, an ellipsoidal shape. Studies were conducted to try to determine the extent of the halo of this galaxy. And among the photographic studies was this one, which if you can't really tell, but they started noting dense star patterns that extended far away from the bright central core of this galaxy. They noted that these stars in the halo extended more than 2 million light years in all directions from the core. They also noted that this galaxy was very yellow. It's full of high metallicity stars. These are old stars. It's like a very elderly galaxy. And what's happened is that galaxies have merged and remerged with it. And with each collision, gas has been stripped away from the galaxy, leaving only stars, and no new stars are being born in this galaxy. The only way it can really survive for a lengthy period of time in the future is if it collides with more galaxies and gains some younger stars. In the Chandra study, this halo was detected. This halo is hot gas, approximately 100 million degrees, and it extends. Get ready for this distance. The width of this halo is 6 million light years.
Wow.
And the effective radius of this particular galaxy, 1101, IC 1101, is about 250,000 light years. Now, let me explain what an effective radius is. An effective radius is the radius of a galaxy from which, or within which radius, 50% of the visible light from the galaxy emerges. That means that the 50%, just 50% of the visible light from this galaxy is emergent from an area with a width of 500,000 light years. Absolutely extraordinary size. This is, in fact, the largest known galaxy in the observable universe. Wow. It is estimated to have 100 trillion stars. That is roughly 330 stars for every star in the Milky Way galaxy by comparison. This will give you some idea of how big it is. Here we have the Milky Way and Andromeda to scale with IC 1101. And the Milky Way and Andromeda here are set to scale as to their distance apart as well. So you can see,
oh my God,
you can see how big it is. It's absolutely extraordinary.
It's like a universe unto itself.
Exactly. And here I'm going to show you that halo image. This is the Chandra X-ray halo from IC 1101. And I'm going to show you how big the local group would be in comparison to this. I'm going to show you the distances between the Milky Way and Andromeda and the Milky Way and M33 to give you an idea of how big it is. It would engulf the entire local group. And the core of the galaxy of 1101 is estimated to be 13,700 light years wide. That is more than half the distance between the sun and the center of our own galaxy. So it's the largest known core of any galaxy known to exist. Absolutely extraordinary in that regard as well. It's also been found to have a supermassive black hole at its core, detected because of two jets that have been found emanating from it. The black hole's got this designation, this PKS designation up here. This black hole has been determined to be at least the third most massive black hole in existence, or known to be in existence. However, the range of error on its mass could make it the most massive black hole known in the observable universe, even larger than ton 618. Interestingly, the collisions that have occurred, and possibly collisions of galaxies with supermassive black holes that eventually merged, has ejected many stars from the core of the galaxy. The galaxy is deemed to be light about 500 billion stars that were either devoured by the black holes or ejected from the galaxy by the interaction of the black holes when they merged. To observe this galaxy, for the observers and photographers in our midst, its magnitude is plus 14.7. It's a stretch for a 12-inch unless you're in dark skies. Angular size, pretty small. 1.2 minutes by 0.6 minutes. Distance is 1 billion light years. And again, the number of stars, 100 trillion, with a halo radius up to possibly 6 billion light years in size. Here is a sketch that I made of this using a 12-inch f10 at 160 power under pretty dark skies. I'm going to tell you right now that it wasn't as bright as it looks here. It was really a stretch. It took a lot of patience in dark adaptation, field movement, averted vision, the works to get it with the 12-inch. However, I did have an opportunity to see it through a 36-inch f10 at Getty Link Observatory. And there, the structure and core of the galaxy is much more visible. And you can start seeing some of these companions that are tightly packed around it. Really a remarkable sight. And I think there were actually more than that visible at that time, but we had to take turns at the eyepiece. So it might make an interesting photographic target, not really that difficult. It's certainly a challenge for smaller telescopes, probably not for 18 or 20-inch Dobbs, however. So if you want to put something on your bucket list that you haven't seen before, why not put the largest known galaxy in the observable universe on your list and take a crack at it?
Absolutely. Fantastic.
Okay.
It just boggles. I mean, you know, you think of how big and how vast even our galaxy is, and then, you know, it's like a pale blue dot moment. Okay. you see this massive, huge galaxy, and then that little scratch, okay, of light, and that's the Milky Way. If that doesn't put things in perspective, I don't know what does. So
you can also hold up a nickel and say that's the orbit of Neptune, on which scale the Milky Way would be the size of North America.
Yeah. And here we are, riding on our little pale blue dot, hurtling through space on the global star party. So that's cool. Okay. Thank you very much, Chuck Allen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And, you know, again, I want to thank the Astronomical League for participating in all these programs. You are often one of the presenters, and I really am very grateful. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that's my line. We're grateful for you, Scott.
Mutual gratefulness here. Anyhow, well, that's great. Well, up next is Cameron Gillis. Cameron started doing a program called Camstronomy. His program will air tomorrow. And he takes us on this voyage of his personal sky survey. And he has taken many viewers under his wing to show them how to properly, or one way to catalog the observations, of which Cameron does very, very well, meticulously, and shows us the value of keeping careful records of what we observe. So, Cameron, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, so I actually have...
Your audio is very low. I'm not sure why.
Is it very low? Okay. I'm using the headset, so let me try.
Still not getting it.
Okay, just give me a minute. I'm going to have to get a plug.
Yep. Okay.
Cameron, you've got I see two images, one of your background and one with you with your background. Could that be part of the problem?
He's logged in. He's logged into two separate.
I have my phone, and I also have my PC. So that's the reason why there's two connections. So
do you have a headset or something that you're plugged into?
I do. I'm going to do that right now. So just give me a second.
Yeah. Because the audio just seems a little muffled.
Yeah, the battery is low on these guys, Bluetooth guys. I've had them on for the last couple hours, so just give me a second here. This will be a lot better.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's better. It's kind of blasting in and out, but
How is that?
good.
Is that better now?
Way better.
Okay, good, good. All right, so let's start with the presentation first. So thanks a lot, Scott. I think we're good. There we go. Looks like there's some delays here. Okay, good. So let me share my screen.
Okay.
And so my presentation is actually, I have quite a bit of material to make up from, I missed the last two global star parties. I just got overtaken with work, unfortunately, but I'm going to make up for it today. So I hope everyone doesn't mind. I'm going to take some time. Got a lot of stuff I want to cover. And I'm going to start off by just kind of level setting on where we're at with the Sky Survey. As Scott mentioned, I have a program that Scott has helped graciously host and set up, and it's every Wednesday. And what I do is I basically am going through my observations I've been cataloging over the last year. I've actually logged almost 3,000 visual observations of magnitude, everything down to magnitude 13 on my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain, and with the objective of categorizing those on what are objects that you can see with smaller telescopes in more light polluted skies, and you know, so you don't get frustrated on looking for low surface brightness objects that are basically difficult or impossible to see. So what I've done is I've categorized out of those 3,000. I've increased it now in the last couple of weeks to 777, what I call best and brightest. So those are something that they have a high enough surface brightness or enough contrast that you can easily see it with an 8-inch. And then I'm going to still go back, of course, and look with smaller telescopes to follow up with observations as well. And then on the program, I'm going through those objects, those 777, and I'm starting to follow through with my observations with capturing them on my smartphone, and also with a recently acquired astro imaging rig or setup that I've got. I have a new astro imaging camera. So I want to be able to, I did the smartphone approach because it's very accessible to everyone. And it allows, there's some neat things you can do with the smartphone that allow me to surprisingly capture a lot of the observations that I was able to see visually in pretty, in a decent enough level where it helps capture what my observation recorded visually. And so I've so far 32, and I'm doing about basically 10 a week in the program. And I'm following that through with higher fidelity, if you will, higher quality astro imaging from my new ASI 294 dedicated astronomy camera. And then that's allowing me to kind of gradually comb through and survey all of these objects, and then again follow through so that everyone can start to follow along and enjoy what are the good objects that you can see in different constellations. So that's kind of a snapshot. And what we're going to show you today is I have a combination, since the theme, of course, is Milky Way. I had some really good nights over the last week. In fact, there's going to be another nice one tonight, even though the moon is pretty much almost full. You can do some neat stuff with a dedicated astronomy camera. And so I was starting to image, and I'm going to be sharing one galaxy that's actually in the plane close to the plane of the galaxy, the Milky Way, the Fireworks Galaxy in Cepheus, and then another some globular and open clusters that are just outside the Milky Way plane, and then some planetary nebula, which are scattered along the galactic plane, starting from small to large. And then finally some extended nebulae all that are pretty much right in the galactic plane. And this is all stuff I've only just started astro imaging, so it's still very primitive. But I think after watching some of the programs from the Texas Star Party in the last week, and a lot of the other programs that we've done on the Global Star Party, I would akin my type of astro imaging more as EAA, electronic assisted astronomy, that is more to enhance the visual and to capture details that you'd normally need a huge dub in the dark sky to capture, but you can actually capture in your Bortle 6 to Bortle 8 skies with a reasonable aperture telescope, even a small telescope with some filters. So we're going to go through some of these objects, and just to kind of talk about my setup. What I've done is the first setup is my basic, easy grab and go, starting with the smartphone, because I wasn't able to get an astro imaging dedicated astronomy camera right away. So I had my phone, I had an eyepiece, I got this smartphone adapter. But then I started, necessity is the mother of innovation. So what happens is you start to say, okay, well, how can I take this and set it up and connect it over the network, over my Wi-Fi network, so that I can be inside and start doing these imaging, which is actually what I've set up. So what I've done is I've tethered this my Galaxy S8 to that, and I actually have it over my local network, and I'm using a TeamViewer app that's tethered to my Evolution 8, and then I plug in a USB charger to that phone so that it's always staying charged, because when you're using the TeamViewer and the camera app simultaneously, it sucks up a lot of juice. So basically, what I do is I connect that, and then I also have the Celestron Evolution 8 connected to my Wi-Fi, also to my home network in station mode, so that I can actually use a tablet with Sky Safari inside the house, and I don't need to have direct access to the mount, and I can control that also in a comfortable viewing area. And this allows me to really efficiently have a good workflow, really focus on observing and enjoying the objects, and really start categorizing and focusing on the details and having a great workflow. So this is my first setup. So some of the images you'll see tonight are from this system. And then recently I've got, there's a huge step up when you go from smartphone to dedicated astro camera. So I did a lot of research, watched a lot of the shows, the Star Party, Global Star Party, and Scott's programs, and Gary, and all the masters on this team. And I started putting together, what do I need to kind of get started? So this is what I have as my setup. So same telescope, same mount for now. But what I've done is I've leveraged, I've started, because of this remote access, I started to say, well, how can I do this again with connect my astro imager to my Wi-Fi network, and then be able to again work inside and have the same type of workflow as I have with my smartphone. So what I did is I got the dedicated astronomy camera, the 294 MC, and then I got an ASI Air, which helps allow, do some stacking, real-time stacking, and do some processing in the camera. It's not a very powerful processor, but at least it allows me to do some pre-processing more efficiently. And then what I did recently in the last week, I had an old Wi-Fi router, because what happens is the ASI Air Pro has a really bad Wi-Fi chip in it. This is basically like a Faraday cage. This shield, it's like a shielded box, so you get really crappy signal. And if you try to do that from inside the house or even far away, you're not going to have a very good experience. I actually ran into serious buffering issues. the images wouldn't download, and it was just really bad. So when you're trying to focus or do like half a second images and stuff, it just dies. So what I did is I tethered, there's an Ethernet port on this there, and I tethered that to my left. I have a leftover older Wi-Fi router, and I just plug that in, make sure there's no cord wrap, give it enough slack, and then this is actually on its own Wi-Fi network dedicated, so there's no other traffic on it. And then that has these 3 antennas, has MIMO, so you can actually inside the house easily get access directly to anywhere in the house to be able to access the ASI Air Pro app, and it works really fast. So with no more buffering, wonderful experience. So this was a real great fix. So anyone who's having the same problems, this is what you want to do. Just get a cheap router, tether it into Ethernet, and then you're cooking with gas. And then as far as my image train, what I did is to make it kind of a closed system, so I can easily put on my visual back with a diagonal. I have an f6.3 focal reducer, which closes this the image train, and I have the T adapter. I have a filter drawer, and I have 2 filters matched so that the focus doesn't change when I switch between the IR cut and the UHC. So I have a UHC. I've just recently taken some of the pictures you're going to see tonight are with the UHC, and then I also have an IR cut to get rid of the infrared, but it's a nice high transparency or high transmission across the main spectrum of all the bands we're interested in. So this is what I have. And then another thing I want to highlight is I have actually a separate tablet. So one tablet is with the Sky Safari 6 Pro, and that allows me to control the mount and the objects in my workflow. And then the other tablet is connected to the Wi-Fi that's on my the ASI Air Pro, which is my astro imaging camera, and that allows me to control the mount location, the telescope pointing, and at the same time look at the view through the astro camera. And yeah, so that's basically that. And yeah, now I'll start showing the pictures. But before I do that, I actually have it set up. So if you humor me for a second, I'm gonna test something out here. I'm gonna walk outside because I have this set up. I actually want to show you some things, and the reason why I wanted to do that is a couple of little tricks that I wanted to tell people. So give me a second here. Okay, so just want to walk outside. So it's still twilight here. It's kind of like Gary. We're in Seattle here. We're at 47 degrees north, so it's still light outside. Still some twilight. So let me see. I'm going to share my. Oh, you can see the darkness. Okay, this may now. I'm going to now. Okay, I have video. I'm going to now change my background. Turn it off. One more background. Okay, there you are. So you can see the twilight still. And I'm going to show I'm going to have there's my scope. Let me just turn on I have another flashlight so we can see things. There we go. Okay. So there's I don't know if you can see my scope here. Oops. Okay, yeah, see the scope. So yes. So I have there is the mount. So I mounted the ASI Air Pro on the existing dovetail clamp there, and you'll see the Ethernet. You'll see the Ethernet lights flashing, and that's plugged in to my just kind of my Wi-Fi router. And then I have we go to the back here, this is the image train. So one thing I wanted to, there's two things I wanted to show you here. One is you'll notice that there's a piece of tape right by the filter drawer. And that's because the M42 to M48 threads cause it to freely rotate. And so, you know, as you're moving the scope around, this USB cable starts to tug on the angle, and that changes your orientation, which is not good. So I put a piece of tape there to prevent that from happening. The other thing I want to say is you'll notice the orientation of this USB port is such that I rotated the 294 so that actually I'm doing it upside down and backwards. So when you actually look through the SIR app and you take the image, it's right side up and left to right proper, because so that works out really nice. So that saves you a little step in processing. So that's the other thing. So let me go now inside. Just any questions, Scott, at this point? Or?
No, just comments that you know, they're. Let me just look here.
Yeah, just gonna. Okay, so now.
Comment of
you know, I'm gonna...
using Ethernet, no Wi-Fi, too unreliable.
Agreed. Yeah, what you do need to do is you can kind of do a hybrid. You can use the Wi-Fi to help you with the you know, where you don't want to run long cables, and then you can use the Ethernet cable where you can easily get. Oh, what's going on here?
Jeff Wise comments, he says, since CAM started, I have learned to observe many times more objects in an evening. I imaged over 20 objects one night.
Yeah,
it's great.
Cool. So
good.
Okay, so now let's get to the meat of why we're doing all this. So why it's timing out on me, Neil. So basically, yeah. So this is the first. This is my smartphone image of the fireworks galaxy. Not very hot. Okay, it's not very good, but I wanted to just highlight that you can actually pick it out, which is pretty amazing when you consider. Let me just actually close that. Sorry. Okay, now can you see the screen now? Sorry, I was realizing I was blocking the screen.
Yep. No, we could see it from before.
So this is the fireworks galaxy. So you can see just very faintly the central nucleus, and if you look very carefully, you can see some of the spiral arms. But the main thing is, you know, it's correct because of the visual plate stall. You can start to see some of the stars. This is with the 62-degree 26-millimeter eyepiece. And then it's the maximum I can do with the smartphone on this S8 is 10 seconds at ISO 800. But what I did is this picture here, you see it's very pixelated, very noisy. I emailed myself at 30% compression, and I used PowerPoint to help improve and boost the brightness and contrast, so you could at least pick out the central nucleus. Moving along, this is my ASI 294 picture I took last week. Very noisy, but now you can start to see the spiral structure much more clear. And again, I did a high compression and used PowerPoint to boost it. And this is at native focal length without the focal reducer. You can see it's more zoomed in. And then I added the focal reducer, and then you can see a little bit better quality image, and more. It has that very distinct spiral. But what's neat about this fireworks galaxy is there's a couple of galaxies out there that are in the plane of the Milky Way, and it's really nice to see a rich, field of stars, and then see see a galaxy kind of nestled in the background. So now moving on to famous kind of moving into the Milky Way area. Hercules cluster is M13, and there's also galaxies. So NGC 6207 in the same area. So I'm going to flip back and forth between this picture here and this picture here, and you'll notice this is with the smartphone. So if I flick back and forth, you can see M13. One thing you'll notice with smartphone, it does very, very well because it's a CCD. It's not a CMOS sensor. It's very sharp, good contrast. So this is something I'm going to actually experiment more. There's certain objects that actually come out better, especially stellar objects and stars, and they do very well with a smartphone. Whereas nebulous objects and fainter objects, they're harder with the smartphone. But you can still pick out NGC 6207 right here.
Right.
So that's kind of nice to be able to, just with a smartphone, you can pick it out. And I just put these two fields of view together so you can see the relative
That's
distance.
great.
Yeah, so that was fun. And then this is with the smartphone. M14 is a nice cluster, globular cluster with really nice resolution across. And again, nice to be able to resolve stars across the face of the globular cluster. So this is a nice one.
Yeah, that little galaxy
and then,
is about almost 12th magnitude, so it's pretty faint.
Yes. Yeah, this is 12th magnitude. 6207 is 12th
Yes.
magnitude. Yeah, that's right. Yep. And then if we go to M14, we basically this is a nice large globular cluster with really good resolution across the face. I love the wild duck cluster. That's a beautiful Milky Way object, I'll tell you. I mean, and this shows out quite nicely with the smartphone. All pictures are at maximum 10 seconds, 800 ISO, but you can actually see the different colors of stars a little bit, the yellow and the blue coming out with this image. Now we're moving on to planetary nebula. There's a number of groupings of planetary nebula which are really wonderful. I loved to start off the night with these objects as kind of a benchmark for seeing conditions and that, because they're very high surface brightness and they're very, very rewarding to view. So one of them is a blue flash nebula, 6905, and that one this is with the ASI 294, and when you zoom right in, you can actually see the central star very clear, and you can see some of the structure on the outer edges. The Crescent Nebula is an interesting one. This was a nice surprise. I mean, visually, you can see some stuff, but this is a really neat shaped nebula, and you can zoom in. It has this kind of double arc and like a box-like structure with kind of reddish, very, very neat nebula. 7008 in Cygnus. Really neat double-lobed structure with a central star. You can start to see some structure there. I wanted to share this one because this was with the smartphone, and I took this a long time ago, not a long time ago, maybe a couple of months ago, a Cat's Eye Nebula in Draco. And what I wanted to show is I wanted to compare it to the Hubble image here. And what was fascinating when I zoomed in, because the smartphone has a very high resolution CCD. And I was amazed to be able to see this type of structure. You can see the overlapping rings.
Yeah.
And very much mapping to the Hubble image here. So obviously the Hubble image is far superior, but what's amazing is with a smartphone, you can start to see some neat structure in this. So this was a very rewarding object. I still have to take a picture with the 294, but I'll tell you this is that the 294 is very good for, again, if the pixel scale is quite a bit larger. I think it's it's over 4 micron pixel size, and so you're going to get whereas these guys, I don't know what size micron, but it's very, very small, less than a micron, I think, for the smartphone. They're very small CCD sensors, so it gives you very good resolution.
I'm really stunned by what you're getting of this nebula with the smartphone. I mean, it's amazing.
Right? Yeah, I was amazed myself. I was like, huh, wow, it's not bad. And even some color, extra color here.
Color, structure, color.
Yeah. Now the Ring Nebula, everyone, this is probably the very first object I go to every night in the summer. And you can even see it in twilight, no problem. And then I have a number of images here. First, I did it with my S8, my smartphone. Very nice. You can see the central star, nice contrast. And then I did some zooming in. You can see some of the fainter stars. You can see some color. You can see the structure. And I put this Hubble image again as a reference to kind of look for some of the details, right, that are within the nebular structure. And you can see, the fainter areas here, the extended ears. And then, of course, on the left is my ASI 294. This is a stacked image. I started to get a little more interested in, or get a little more adept in seeing how I can reduce the noise. I do some stretching and stuff. And so I ended up with this image. And the reason why I zoomed in on this is because you can start to see, like, for example, this little filament here. You can see that little filament here. You can see this area just above the central star right here. It's a little darker, right? That's that area here. You can see this streak. You can see this streak. So it's really fascinating. And even in the smartphone, you can see this little dimple here, right? You can see the little dimple there.
Sure.
It's kind of neat, again, I'm using this as EAA. I'm not making pretty pictures here. I will get there. I'm kind of going through a process, and I really admire and respect the level of that our team and like people like Gary and Molly have been able to do. Just awesome. But what's neat is you can, in different stages at different levels of equipment, you can actually pick out a lot of the details already, which is really rewarding. Discovering it yourself with very modest equipment. Then I took this picture. I'm going to get here, but I love galaxies, and I will find galaxies wherever I can find them. And there's a couple of galaxies within the field of view of the Ring Nebula. And I just kind of to play with this, and I stretched the heck out of this and noise, and it's not a nice picture, but I'll make it better in the future. But this is a nice little fun one because there's a couple of galaxies very close by. This one is IC 1296. It's a magnitude 15.3 galaxy, and you can see there's a little bit of a fuzz here. And this little galaxy is 256 million light years away. This other one, PCG 2024-204, it's a magnitude 17.5. So you can see it's exactly there. That's where it is, and it's far, far away. I don't even know how far it is, but it's further than this guy. But it's off the charts on that. I'll have to do some more digging. But then you compare that to within our galaxy, of course, we're in the thousands of light years, right? So the Ring Nebula, actually, what's interesting when I researched that, they actually don't know exactly how far it is away because the nebulosity distorts the ability to determine the distance, the exact distance. So the range is anywhere from 1410 to 4,100 light years away. Now we get to the Dumbbell Nebula. When Molly talked about the Dumbbell Nebula, that was like totally, it was like, love it. Yeah, the Dumbbell Nebula, really, really nice. I love it's in such a rich field, and it has lots of superimposed stars. I just love that. And you can see the central star with a reasonable sized telescope, and it has a couple of neat, this end corner star here, for example, and the nice structure, and it's quite large. And even in a rich field telescope, like, this is what our, for example, in an ED80, what a beautiful object to see, because it's big enough that in a really wide field you can still see it nicely, and then it's just surrounded by tons of stars. So it's a beauty. Anyhow, this is my smartphone image of it. Not bad, but this is as far as I can push it. But then I moved to the ASI 294, and I was very, very happy with this is my first image of the Dumbbell Nebula with the 294, where I was able to apply a combination of some stacking and some these are all 30-second stacks pictures, and do some stretching. And when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I had a big poster on my wall of M27, and it looked exactly like this. And I was like, I can't remember what was, like, maybe probably the 200-inch or the 100-inch scope that took it. And it was just as fuzzy as this, but I was really happy. You can see the football shape, right? You can see these extensions here that Molly was talking about.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see the nice multicolored cross shape here. See the central star, all the superimposed stars. So very, very happy with that. Now we're going to move into extended nebula, and that's the last part. Starting with the small. So in Cygnus, there's this little there's little nebula 6857 right in the middle of the cross. Very intense, very bright, and I highly recommend anyone who's looking for nebulae that are pretty easy to spot in smaller telescopes. This is a great one. It's a very, very high surface brightness, small one, and so this is what it looks like, obviously through a imager, but with a scope you can see it pretty clearly. Now this is then I moved to Crescent Nebula number 2. There's actually, if you recall, I showed a planetary nebula called the Crescent Nebula. That was one Crescent Nebula. This is the more famous Crescent Nebula in Cygnus, that is also known as the Brain Nebula or whatever. There's different names for it. But with the smartphone pushed as far as I could, stretching like crazy or whatever, all I can get is the star field. So that is the limitation. I didn't have in a nebula filter. You pretty much need a nebular filter to be able to capture this guy, which is what I did. And that was 10 seconds ISO 800, which is what I did with my ASI 294. So my first image here, I stretched the heck out of it. I took a really long 2-minute exposure, and I got this famous structure, and you can see the tendrils, very rich star field. Then I did I backed it off with that was with the native focal length of the full 2032 millimeter. Now I'm at 1280 with the f6.3 focal reducer, which gives a nicer framing, better size. And yeah, I'm very happy with the structure that you can see. I still need to put in like darks, and I'm not going to probably end up doing flats. I'm probably going to add some darks to help do a better job. But yeah, so this is the and then I moved on to this our most favored and treasured objects in the center of our galaxy. We were in that direction, the Sagittarius arm. So the Trifid Nebula, really nice because this is a combo nebula. It has a reflection. You can see the blue here starting to come out. You see the is it Scott, is it sharing the screen?
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to stop sharing. I see what happened. Okay, good. So it's showing the Trifid Nebula now, right?
The Trifid, yes.
Okay, good. So yeah, and then it has the Emission Nebula, which is the red part here, and then it has, of course, a dark nebula blocking it here. So it's nice to be able to see the structure in that guy. And for me, it's a little bit tough. These are only probably about 15 degrees off the horizon. It's looking through a lot of atmosphere. And I should also mention that all these pictures that you're seeing are taken with a 3/4 full moon. So in Bortle 6 to Bortle 8 sky. So to be able to pick this type of detail and picture is just making me thrilled, because even in my 18-inch, I could never see anything like this. This is wonderful to be able to do this with modest equipment. I think astro imaging and EAA has really taken astronomy to the next level.
Yes.
And then the Lagoon Nebula, of course, you got to do that. And to the discussion that was earlier, you see the nebulosity extending well beyond. I think Cesar, we were talking with Cesar about the extension of nebulosity. You can start to see it going beyond. If I had a wider field, I'll be able to pick that up a little bit better. But very happy with being able to see the structure of the lagoon. This was my challenge object, the Elephant Trunk Nebula.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
Libby was talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
And there's been many images. This is a great challenge of dark nebulosity in Cepheus. And you can start. What's neat here is I was really happy to be able to pick the outline. You can see there's a nice contrast along the border here of the elephant trunk, and then of course there's this little knot of nebulosity surrounding these two stars. Again, blown out. It's not processed. I can work on it, but this is just the first snapshot. Just the fact that I could actually find it and recognize it, and is just the first step. Obviously, as I get better with the techniques and get more familiar with the equipment, get proper setup, this will improve in quality. But just to be able to pick it out was very fun. Pelican Nebula. So obviously with a Schmidt-Cassegrain at high focal length, you're not going to get, but you're not going to get very wide field. I mean, my ED80, I'm looking forward to that. That's the perfect objects for those. But just to get into some of the high contrast areas of the Pelican, like this neck area, it's right on the edge. There was a satellite that came through, but you can see the texture of nebulosity. You can see this bright border here, and of course you can see the visual plate solve the star patterns. So this is the right area, and you can see the red nebulosity. Similarly, the North American Nebula, the Gulf of Mexico region, or sorry, I should say the Mexico, the Cabo San Lucas, or the Baja Peninsula side,
right?
That is a nice contrast area. It's a good area to image, but again, zoomed in. But the fact that I could pick it up was good. It was a test of my UHC filter with the moon, and with a little bit of work, I can do a lot better. And of course, with a wide field telescope. But it was fun. And then my pride and joy. I'm my favorite nebula that I remember seeing in my 18-inch Dobsonia with an oxygen 3. I would love to look at the Veil Nebula. Just gorgeous. Love the tendrils. Love the texture. And then to be able to image it, I had to do 4 different images with my Schmidt-Cassegrain and f6.3. But I was able to put together this little mosaic.
Very cool.
And you can see the color. I mean,
yep.
It's a UHC, so it's not false color. This is real. It's not the Hubble palette. So you're seeing the reds and the greens. It's really big. And I love this area here. This you can see very clearly from the image. You can see the brighter eastern veil is quite a bit brighter. So if anyone who's looking for the Veil Nebula, it's easier to find the Western Veil Nebula because it's by the star here, 52 Cygni. But if you can pan over and do a little star hop, this is the one you should try to find first, because this is a higher chance because it has a higher contrast. If you're in dark enough skies or you have an oxygen 3, you can pick out this nice witch's broom, as they call it, which kind of arcs, and then it spreads into two different branches here. But again, really nice to be able to use kind of EAA, set my, do a basic set of shots, and then I've zoomed in, and this is what it looks like zoomed in. And you can see the nice high contrast tendrils, the boundaries here, the redness, the green, and then how it spreads out into two different branches here. And then of course the eastern veil, nice and textured and fibery, and then of course spreading out into this kind of fork at the bottom. So that's basically it. So I took a lot of time. I hope I didn't make everyone fall asleep, or for those of you who are not here, please watch the replay and hopefully you enjoy it.
Right.
But yeah, I've made some progress since the last time regarding my imaging, and I'll get better.
Yeah.
Good done. Well done, Cameron. Very well done.
Yes. Pekka, how are you?
I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good, because I have a very trouble with my computer. I was trying those AirPods.
Hey, Pekka.
Hello,
right.
Cameron.
Good to see
Hello,
you.
Conal. Nice to see you, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah. And I will make this very short because people are going to sleep. So I have written a short manus. Okay, Milky Way is the topic today, and I never seen it because
never seen it.
I never seen it
Oh.
because the Milky Way is visible here in Stockholm and Sweden. It comes up late July, and we don't have any darkness at July. It's a daylight from now on, even if we have a summer solstice. But we got the astronomical night in November. Okay, so I have never seen it.
You've never seen it, so
no. That's the one reason why I want to come to USA.
Yeah.
And photograph it.
We will be doing a couple of star parties. The first one that we'll do will be in October at the Okie Tech Star Party, and it is spectacularly dark. Okay.
And you can see it.
Yeah,
you can see the band. Yeah, I certainly will be paralyzed when I see it.
Yes.
It will like multiply my feeling about universe.
Yeah.
A lot.
Oh, I know it well. I know it well.
I can really think about it right now when it's like there, and it's like an how do you say, when you have an annex of the building?
Yes.
It's like annex.
Yes.
From our home, but right. A little bit far away. Okay, so my topics today, I have read because I never remember it otherwise. I realize that it's space and feel it, realizing the space and feel it, right? Feel it inside you.
Yes.
And you, I think it, more I will start to philosophizing in it. How large is it? How should I see the space, not just 2D, because you don't get the visual when you're doing visual, which I am going back more and more of the circumstances I have here for DSO. So I have thought about it, and why should I put so much effort, so much time to do DSO, because I don't have any possibilities to do that. Because the all light pollution, all the obstacles, time, darkness, and so on. So I don't reach them from my balcony. But I reach its moon and sun, and I reach those Orion, Nebula, Orion, some clusters, and so on. Okay, those I will keep it on, and to keep the feeling up and the heat on, and but the show must go on DSO.
Of course.
Yes, so I don't finish at all. So what I wish to do someday in my life, to have a chat with a real professional astronomer, how they feel when they do their work. Is that only the work, or do they, going in that way we amateur do, like feel the heat?
Yeah.
And
Pekka, it's very individual with researchers. Some of them, they are, my impression anyways, I've met a number of professional researchers. Some of them are in rapture over what they're doing and fully understand the magnitude of
all in
their experience. Yeah.
All in.
Right. Others are more clinical, and it is about the numbers and the physics and the math and
they
all
just
of that.
do their job,
right,
and deliver the figures.
But I think everyone that's involved does see a beauty of the universe, whether they're looking through the lens of mathematics, or through the lens of
they feel
an actual lens.
I think you just say it, Scott, that it's so individual, the feeling, and I'm trying to explain how I feel, and if it's possible to give somebody else who don't feel it and doing it. So what should you look for? Because the feeling is there, but you haven't understand it, how to look that way, the whole space. And I have found it, and it's totally unbelievable.
Yeah.
You're just happy. You will be like, I write down some lines, and one was when I often alignment and after focusing the target and so on, and are starting to photograph. No, there will not be no photographing. There are just star hopping with my telescope. I'm just doing remotely, and as I talked with Cherry, and when we had some time with the MSRO, and we have planning to take some photos, but it was visually, and that gave me that kick to fix my remote observatory, so I can do visually whenever I want.
Right.
How cold it is, I can just go put up my setup and doing it, and just watch here.
Right.
I'm just slowing it everywhere.
Right.
Let the mom sing her song. Okay, and I have thought about focusing on what kind of astronomy and astrophotography do I want to do, and that's what I told that DSO is very difficult on the circumstances and the obstacles for me. I have a roof from 45 degrees on west, east, and south. So upwards, M31, impossible. No way. So I'm stopping to do that. I can do 50% and concentrate me so that I can 100%.
Sure.
And that's moon and sun. And
well, you can spend a whole lifetime just on that.
Yes, I have plans for that already, Scott. I have really good plans for that. But before we go from space for my plans, there is one thing, it's connecting all of us. And do you know, Scott, what that is? what's connecting.
All of
Okay,
us.
I will show you.
Energy, the universe, you know.
I can show you a picture.
Yeah, this.
This is connecting us.
Hmm?
Don't you think? Did you show the picture?
Yes.
Okay, good. Those machines are connecting us.
Yes.
Everybody has seen and was interesting for 20 years ago, or space traveling, when the shuttle come.
Yes.
But then the government saw that the people are losing their interest in, and when the people are losing their interest in space, the money for NASA is going down. Okay.
It was science overall, not
Yeah.
only NASA, not
Yeah.
only NASA.
So they are more to there and there. So NASA gets less money. Okay. So my plans for future is to photograph more planets and do a very large high resolution mosaic of moon. It will take many years, but I will start first shooting some test shooting and then see how and when should I shoot this part of moon, and then combining everything. Okay, what is my dream catch? My deepest astrography catch, that is to film an asteroid crash to moon surface. To see the dust.
To see it happen.
Yeah, in my movie, when I'm shooting AVI movies.
Yeah, of course.
So that is my dream.
Yeah.
To see.
Oh, it'd be spectacular, wouldn't it?
It will be, yeah, but that is my dream. So that's why I'm shooting many movies. When I'm shooting moon, it's the whole, as long as I can.
Yeah.
And let's see, I'm going on, keeping on with EDA work. I will continue with that. And as you can hear, maybe in news, the Swedish parliament has just kicked out our Premier Minister from his work. So he got kicked. And now here is a crisis in our government. So everything is like, I have a political connections already with one party that are in this light pollution game right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will start to reach out for young peoples first around here in Kista where I live. And as soon as possible, I will announce that they are very welcome with their parents.
Yes.
Parents will get some cookies and coffee or tea. Meanwhile, the kids are going to have a chance to look through telescopes.
Oh, they'll love that.
Or at my balcony.
Yeah.
I have no chance to take it on the field. So
Right.
I rather take them 2 kids, 4 kids at the evening.
Yeah. They'll love it.
Yeah.
You'll change lives.
Yeah. So parents are for their safety, so they can feel safety with the totally foreign people. So the parents can take a cup of coffee, or I will set some good astronomy videos on TV so they can learn something. And that's my future for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. So I will concentrate on what is possible and not to deal with and be angry and frustrated about, I can't see that, and slewing to another target. No. Then look again, what can I shoot?
Right.
So just that's time, unnecessary time I put there.
Well, I
Are
think
we alone?
What's that?
Are we alone, you and me? Are there?
Cameron is still there.
Okay. Good.
Chuck and Conal are.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're still there.
I'm setting up for the moon.
Ah, good. So moon is not bad, even if the for DSO shooter is bad.
So
But,
Harold Locke has been commenting here. He said, I think is when you were showing the image there, he said, show it again. Harold also says, my personal idea is the combo of dark matter and dark energy. It's the force that glues us together energetically. Is the force that glues us together energetically. And Harold says, the force is like the Jedi. Martin Eastburn, I think you might be on the right line, Harold. My thoughts as well. Hard matter and capacitors that use and stir that energy as live organics. Okay. Book Davies says, they do talk about weak forces, strong forces, etc., binding the particles together. So yeah, why not a force? Well, it's some sort of force, isn't it? So.
And Scott, I will show you a couple of pictures because I forgot this picture, which I showed before.
Okay.
Because Pekka's Parsec. I should call it Pekka's opposite Parsec because let's see. If you think that I am in the star, so this is how I see the space.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like what I like to do is tunnel. You know when you're looking into tunnel.
Yes.
That feeling, and rip off the whole tunnel. So you are using your all senses when you are taking out your setup. So every sense you have must be activated. So that you can feel it in your, you'll be so happy that you are like, like a small,
like a kid,
baby.
Huh? Yeah.
You're just kittling in the balcony. Okay.
Yes.
Then there is one picture I want to share too. And this is very special picture for me because I feel it. I feel that this one personally, how I feel the people around me right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
People who love space have broad minds. When you start thinking about stars, galaxies, black holes, and the size of the universe, you find that ego, pride, and jealousy make no sense. And that's true. That's true. Harold Locke made a comment here. He said that staring at stars is healing my body. I believe that at least. Harold, I definitely would agree with that statement. You know, when we look at the universe, we are seeing nature on the grand scale, you know, and there have been many, many studies of, you know, when people experience the natural world and are in tune with that, and they understand that there's you know, endorphins are released, lots of things that are good for you happen, and so it is. I think it's important if you are someone that realizes this, that you spend as much time out under the stars as you can.
Yeah, I believe
it's good for you.
Yeah,
it heals
absolutely.
you. It's
Absolutely.
good for your mind. It gets rid of stress.
Scott, I wouldn't, without astronomy, I wouldn't sit here today. And that's astronomy.
That's a strong statement, Pekka.
Yeah, it is, but it's true. Because when last year when I was born again, I got a new life because I was transplanted and I was so close to pass away.
Wow.
And they had to find a new liver for me
Wow.
very, very quickly.
Huh.
So it was so bad, and I get my new liver in February last year. And after that, after 3 days from hospital, I thought, what should I do with this new life?
Yeah.
What is the most important thing I like to do with the rest of my life? And the astronomy just roll over me.
Yeah, that's good.
It was, yeah. So this is the paycheck. And there is one more picture that describes me like this before. This is very good picture of me, how I think everything.
When you love what you have everything you need.
And look, the boy, he's sitting on a wheelchair.
Yes.
And he likes to bike, but he has everything already.
Right.
So just do what you love and do more of that.
Well, if you consider that we are made of stardust.
Yeah.
And we are on this little blue planet flying through space. We're interacting with all the particles of our atmosphere and all the things that keep us alive. And it's countless. I mean, if you had to make a list of all the things that are keeping us alive right now, it would be a very, very long list indeed.
Yeah.
You may not finish it in your lifetime. You already have everything. You already have everything, you know, and so in this regard, you know, I think it's important to look up towards the sky and just to kind of rest in that knowledge
and charge your body.
And this is what I know this is what you're trying to get at, Pekka.
Yeah,
you know,
because
so,
when you are looking in your eyepiece, you
Yeah.
got the photons on your eye.
Yes.
And you are charging your batteries.
Yeah, it's contact. I mean, those photons made in stars and galaxies.
Yes.
However long
You
ago
are
it was.
just
They're not
plugging in your
copies.
Tesla.
Yeah, it's not copies. Those are the real photons actually.
Yes. And
interacting
charge
with
it.
you. That's
And
right.
it's like you plugging in your Tesla.
Yes, that's right.
And you're happy again.
And you're
When you are
happy
sitting,
again.
and you can see the meter. Okay, full charged. Okay, good.
Well, that's great. Well,
Yeah.
Pekka, I really hope that you can make it out here to the United
will.
States, and it would be my pleasure to take you to some place very dark so you could see the Milky Way.
Yeah, that's one of my in my bucket list. There is many, but now I have to begin to sort out which is because I will do exact everything on that trip to USA, Cape Canaveral, Houston, and Mount Wilson maybe, and I will cooperate with you and so on. By the way, Scott, did you read my mail I sent to you about the retailer cooperation?
I have to look. I see a contest. Hold on.
But we can take it afterwards by messenger. It's have nothing to do with stuff.
Oh, I see. You sent it yesterday, which was just a few hours ago. It's yesterday. Yesterday afternoon.
It's 8 in the morning here. So it was.
Okay.
So you can say yes or no.
Okay, Pekka, I will. There's we can talk about this, but you know, there's people. It won't be me directly involved in it, but I will. I'll try to help you as much as possible.
No, I will do it by myself because I have all the templates and so on. I just do the job. and you know, copy and paste. Like
Okay.
so, but you know, they are your. Yeah, we can take it afterwards.
Okay, we'll talk about it afterwards.
Yeah, yeah.
Pekka, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's
was
all
great.
for me.
What are we
this
seeing
time.
here? We got a live view of the moon?
Wow.
Yeah, so I wanted to show you guys. This is my, I plugged in my S8 using TeamViewer, and
Do you see the Finland there?
yes,
Cameron?
absolutely. I know Helsinki right
Yeah.
there.
No, Helsinki is under.
Oh, down here.
No, that's there is a little bit down is
No, it's over
Åland.
here.
Åland. It's on the
Yeah, I don't see the Finland. I always still see the rabbit. So I can't
Helsinki is
see
on
the rabbit.
the right side in the middle of the moon. Right horizon. Right horizon. No, horizon. You know, with the black on the moon, with the space. Space. A little bit right. Any more? And more. There where you have this small crater.
Yeah.
No, a little bit more down. There is two big craters.
Oh, these ones.
And a little bit up. That one. There is Helsinki.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's let me show you something. Okay, so this is good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm controlling. I can do some panning as well. Let's see here. So I'm gonna.
I can see no rabbit, Scott.
I'm gonna go slower here. Let me just go. Yeah. So now we.
But that is like how do you say? Let's see. I have to translate what it's in English.
So I can change the quality here. So I can go optimize speed. It of course makes it so I can zoom in and out. So I can, you know, do this type of thing. But you can see the quality isn't very good. So, but at least
it is good for mobile phone.
Yeah, but here's the cool part. As soon as we get the zoom, I can go view, optimize quality, and then it's low to the horizon, so it's not very good. Yeah, the seeing isn't very good today, but yeah, it looked better the other day. Oh well.
Can be really.
Let me zoom back out again. Yeah, I probably have to refocus it, but the main thing is we got the moon. It's really low to horizon. I think it's in Sagittarius right now, actually. So and you're in Stockholm. What latitude are you?
59 north.
59. No way.
Yeah.
That's like close to the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, we have ice bears going on our streets.
Oh wow! See,
really?
You're not. Yeah.
No.
That's like my latitude when I was in Yellowknife. Wow. So oh, this is pro mode. Yeah. So basically, yeah, I would have liked to get it a better focus, because then I can actually we can zoom in to the different regions and get a better experience. But anyhow, so that's this is I'm actually inside now. I'm using TeamViewer, and we can do the moon and other things. Let me actually just switch to let me find something else just for fun. Let's go back. I'm gonna go and look for 57. So now it's panning to M57, to the Ring Nebula. I don't know if it's going to be in view, but let's see. Obviously, I'm gonna have to change the ISO. I'm gonna go to maximum. Let's go 10 seconds. Oh, there's a star in there. That's good.
Yeah, it's a good sign.
And then we can go, let's go ISO 800. Okay, it looks like we might be a little bit out, so I'm gonna have to zoom back out. And then should be able to be visible even in real time here. Let me just move around. Go a little bit faster. Oh, there it is. I think that's, is that it?
Is that summer triangle or?
Let's take a picture now. Let's zoom in now. No, that's not it. Give me a quick second here. I'm gonna do a visual plate solve. Let's do a little star hop. Problem is it's not fully, I don't have it nicely aligned. It's just general. So what if we can.
By the way, Pekka,
Yes.
I remembered that during a lunar eclipse in 2019, that an amateur astronomer had photographed a impact on the moon.
Yes.
By an asteroid, and so that was it's entirely possible that you could capture one, you know. So
Is those pictures in internet or?
yes, I will send you
a link.
A link. Yes, I will.
Good, because that is something would be okay. Scientifically, also interesting.
Yes.
From which direction and speed and what, how they are created, and so on. Very interesting.
Okay, the best thing for me to do actually at this point is just take a picture, because then I can get a. So I'll just take a quick picture here. See what's in view. Whoa. Okay. That didn't work out too well. Let's try it again.
Telescopes.
Let's do a shorter picture.
Wow.
Let's see here.
That's
No.
really nice, Scott.
Oops.
Oh, you see the link there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
Yes. Is that the heat or the dust
the
or
kinetic energy being released? You know, it's like a bomb.
Yeah, it is. Jesus, and big.
Yes.
It must be tens of kilometers. How much is that?
I think it was pretty, you know, well studied. So.
Ah, okay. I have to read more about that.
Yes.
There is a meteor smacked on the moon in phase at 38,000 miles per hour. How many kilometers?
Well, they figured out how fast it was going. So
I was calculating yesterday. Okay, I have to say yesterday because it's morning here. Because the sun is burning 4.2 billion kilograms of materia per second.
Per second.
Yeah. Okay, that makes, I took first just ordinary car. How many cars it burns exactly. And one car, okay, 2 metric tons. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended in I ended to 2.4 million cars.
Jeez.
Okay, and then I wanted to calculate, okay, how many houses, normally 150 quarter meters, small houses, it
Right.
burns per second. But I didn't find any statistic how many houses we have in Sweden. But I think because one standard house weighs about 100 tons,
Okay.
kilograms. So you can imagine what kind of amount of material.
Yeah, when I mean, we were looking at Gary Palmer's image of that he processed of us. You know, there's a sunspot and you know other details on the sun, and you know he's saying, yeah, well the sunspot itself, you could just toss the Earth into it. You know.
Yeah, many of them, many Earths at the same time.
Crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
Because there is no, we cannot, because the dimensions are going too high.
Yeah.
For us people to understand.
It's hard. It is hard to wrap your mind around it. I remember when I first started doing astronomy, I could just absolutely not even conceive, you know.
No, it's too much.
It's too much.
It is, because you have to kind of see it in three-dimensional world.
Yes.
So you can place things. When we see only in 2D, it's quite difficult to estimate even distances.
Yes.
So this is so fun. This is so fun.
Yeah, I can see.
Cameron, can I share just one picture here for you?
Oh yeah, please share. Yeah.
Just for you, so you can. You have to stop first.
Oh, I'm going to share. Stop. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, and take a screenshot of this picture I sent to you now. Okay. So there is Finland in your moon.
Yes.
Okay, look at the moon now.
Okay.
And this is velvet in my eyes.
All right. Yes. Yes. Now I see.
I cannot see moon otherwise. It's Finland. But in real, the hand is on other side. Your picture is a mirror picture.
Oh yeah, yeah. It is left. Yeah, it is different. That's true. Let me just. Okay, I'm gonna get here.
Well, gentlemen, I think I'm going to have to call it a night.
Yeah, I think that's
I have an
that's good
early
enough.
morning appointment at it's 1 o'clock now, and I have an appointment at 7. So I need to wrap it up. It was wonderful. It was wonderful to have.
Thank you, Scott.
On,
Cameron, everybody.
I think Chuck Allen, Conal, you guys are still listening. Thank you. Thanks for participating. Conal, you're welcome back anytime. You know, I think that I have, I think you're on the Global Star Party list right now. Is that right? Did you get email?
I think so. I got a couple emails with the schedule and the login info.
Yeah. Okay. So you're on now. So, you know, of course, the next Global Star Party will be next Tuesday. It'll be our 52nd Star Party, Global Star Party. And the theme is, well, it's the birthday of George Ellery Hale. So it should be a great event. And, you know, I think
I'd like to say one word to Conal. I have a huge respect for you. And if I wanted an extra sun, I would choose you.
Thank you very much. That's
very nice.
So you are doing such a great job.
Thank you very much. It means a lot for me to do this outreach and reach out to so many young people.
Yeah, and because you are in that age that you can reach more easily to younger people than we older are, because they are just saying to us, come on, grandpa, what are you talking about? But in your age, you reach a little bit easier people in your age.
Well, it's for everyone. Astronomy is for everyone. It's
yes, but you have easier to reach them than we older have.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Because you are talking their language.
Mm-hmm.
In that way, in kind of you can choose the words a little bit better than we are. Maybe, I think so.
We'll see. I think it's well. I should say this. I've heard a lot of people say that kids today might not be interested in astronomy, or they might not have the time. And I don't think either of those things are true. I think teenagers have no more or less time than they did before, and the astronomy is just as much as it used to be, or interest in astronomy is even bigger now. So I think it's only a matter of capturing an audience where they are. Like
yes.
Scott quoted John Dobson, you have to go where the people are.
That's right.
In this case, that's online. And
and this is
get right to them there.
Nobody else, none in the whole world do like Scott and Explorer Scientific do in any way.
Thank you, Pekka.
Yeah, but that's true, because by this channel I have all my contacts and friends. It's because you and this broadcast.
That's kind. Well, you've given a lot of people a lot of friendship, Pekka. So we enjoy your enthusiasm and your your take on many things, and everybody is so happy for you for winning the astrophotography contest that you won, and
Thank you.
so you're an inspiration, and
Yeah.
we knew, I knew that when you first came on to the program, I realized that you had a brush with mortality somehow, and I did not pry, but I could tell from some of the things that you had mentioned to me online, and it's very important to me that to hear your perspective on things, because you have you've reset your whole view of life.
Yeah, I did.
And that is, just think of all the people who kind of go through life with blinders on.
Yeah.
Just think that, they don't see the miracle of every moment of life,
Yeah, exactly. Because if you unlock the doors, you realize the beauty of the not living, but life.
Yes.
And after that, you it's like it's so almost say the word, but it's so great. And this astronomy and my balcony
It gets to
observatory.
the point where there are no words, but I do know what you're thinking of and getting at, and so
there is I saw a dream for a couple of weeks ago that I had a possibility to control small water waves in the seas.
Okay.
And there was a guy in that dream that told me that that we call trapezizing, trapezizing. That word don't exist.
Oh.
But it's spelled like TRAZPA, pacing, PACKING.
Okay.
Trapezing.
And so this was a word that came to you in this dream, right?
Yes, and I had the possibility of
controlling these waves.
Yeah.
That's great. I love it.
Yeah, but no huge waves, but the small waves.
Yeah, the small waves make big things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I write down in the morning. I write down the word, and I will use it in my
sometime. Yeah.
Some way. If I find a new crater, I will maybe call it like that.
Okay. That's great.
Trapezizing crater. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Pekka,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you very much. Cameron,
Thank you,
you're
Scott.
still there. Well, I know you're still there. I see your beautiful lunar
Finland.
image right there. So
Finland.
fitting image.
This time I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we will see, Cameron, we'll see you tomorrow. I guess Pekka will see you tomorrow as well.
Absolutely.
We will be, our Wednesday show is First Light Chronicles, and Camstronomy, and so that all starts at 4 p.m. Central tomorrow, or
Do you
today.
know what day?
Actually, so.
Do you know what day it's tomorrow in Sweden and Finland and Scandinavia?
No, what day is it?
It's Midsummer Eve.
Midsummer Eve.
Yes, it's an opposite of Christmas.
Oh, wow.
It's
And it's something that's celebrated.
Yes, celebrated. People are drinking so much alcohol, and they are drowning, and they are colliding with their cars, and police are everywhere on the next morning, on Friday morning, and they have to plow in this meter. And very many have loosened their driving license, so they are.
Wow.
And
yeah, get an Uber.
Yeah, but I will be home and drink my coffee and watch the show and do my work and so on. Do my lessons.
Celebrate in your own way, Pekka. So
yeah, I do, and that's right now. It's like death on either side, unfortunately, because they have this whole country crisis right now. So nothing will be done before they have find a new primary minister. How this country will be led. And we have a COVID, we have this Delta version, and we don't know how to handle it with that. And yeah, there's things. I got my 2 vaccines, and with none effect of those vaccines. So that was pretty bad, but I don't blame. I have my stuff. I have this channel because I can't tune this. My machines can only tune this channel.
Okay, Pekka. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
All right.
All
right, we're going to say good night and or good morning or good day wherever you guys are. Thanks for watching from around the world, and thanks for joining astronomers here on the Global Star Party from around the world too.
Yeah.
So
it's usually be like.
Thanks, Scott. Awesome.
Yeah,
stuff.
thanks. You guys take care.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thanks.
Thanks, Cameron.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Pekka.
everybody.
Yeah, thanks.